Chat, you have a vote. You have a vote, okay? I'm gonna let you vote. I'm gonna let you vote. It's starting in like 30 minutes, okay? This is your vote. There's Doodletones content happening. There's Doodletones content happening. I don't know if I'm allowed to do what I'm suggesting here. There is currently going to be a space at about 4 p.m. EST today with Lio discussing the updated Doodletones lore that has been dropped on my lap. I will constantly gloat about this forever until the day I die. That any person that ever defended Doodletones is a complete and utter dipshit, a retard, a total fucking waste of space, dude. And I was right again. Akumu was right. Vlad was right. Beckett was right. We were all right again. So chat, you get to vote, okay? Because we're going to do both Synthetic Man and Doodletones today, all right? Synthetic Man's going to take a while. We have a lot to get through with Synthetic Man. And the Doodletone stuff is happening in about 20 minutes. But I want to read some of the Doodle stuff for you and kind of give you an idea of what's maybe going on. And then at the end, I will let you vote one or twos in the chat. If we do Doodletones first, then Synthetic Man, okay? It's up to you guys, all right? It's up to you. Now, I want to let you all know, yes, I am in Lyle Convoy's Discord server. Yes, he is aware I'm in that Discord server. So, he put out a public statement. I believe it was yesterday. Yes, yesterday, in regards to new information involving Doodletones. Let's read out Lio's announcement real quick. Time to rip the Band-Aid off. Sunday night, Susie Doodletones was confronted about a video she did in 2021. A video defending someone accused of grooming by the name of George Raccoon. Now, you're saying to yourself, Chris, what happened to that video? Oh, I have it. Don't you worry. We'll probably watch it to kill some time. This video ran defense for what was clearly grooming via putting known minors in art that involved this person's fetish. Susie excused these actions because the victims never stated a boundary. This compounded by a few things. Susie initially went through the data. Whoop, I can't do that. This is stupid. Through the data in 2019, but made a video 2 years later. There was plenty of time for her to do proper research. Ooh, no. In the comments of said video, one of the victims tried to defend themselves, only for several people in the community to clown on them. George was let back into the community. This is the individual in question, the raccoon person, as a direct result of this defense video. The victims have felt forced into silence due to the defense and people's response for 4 years now due to that video and the community just welcoming Horace back without question. I assume that's actually the right guy. Julie and I will be brainstorming for the next few days to figure out how to uncover similar things in the community, since it is now a proven habit of silencing victims. Since then, other things have come to light, such as the SEC having a proven pattern of now silencing victims if they didn't like them, alongside actively bullying / harassing minors or hoping others do it for them. Susie, Yoon, Avi, and several other well-known people in that community not only allowed it, but participated in it. While Susie is not a predator, this casts even more doubt on her honesty and involvement in the things like the FCK or her general activities. I told Lio this 1,000 times. I screamed it from my platform 1,000 times. You cannot trust Doodletones with jack shit. I love saying I'm right. Everyone in Lio's Discord server that was bitching about me making fun of Susie's allegations of their diaper fetish roleplay. Fuck you. I was right. I was right. Kill yourselves. I was right this whole time. Anyways, let's see here. I'll hopefully be dropping the calls this weekend. Ooh, yes, I'm so excited. And Julie will be working on a more structured video to go into detail. A lot of digging through server logs like the Cloud Palace is currently underway, so I'm not sure of the ETA. How Susie assisted in cleaning cleaning predators out of her community while knowing she did a video defending one isn't something I have answers for. No clue how her A-loggers missed out on that either. You got to throw the A-loggers under the bus, bro. Come on, really? Kind of true. Fair. I didn't know. I'll be honest. I had no idea. I just knew Doodletones like diaper fetish roleplay and totally lied about not engaging with it further, but okay. Let's see here. Keep the conversation about the focus of the actual wrongdoings and not the previous controversy she's been in, please. No, I won't do that. Here's why I won't do that. Because Doodletones doesn't deserve any sort of respect whatsoever from me or others, not to drag them through the ultimate mud imaginable and just start dragging them and gloating. Akumu and the rest of them should just be gloating about all the shit that Doodletones has done all the way up to this and then into the future. Doodles doesn't deserve let's be nice to them even though their past controversies are no longer at play here. Don't care. Drag that bitch further. Tie that bitch behind a truck and fucking hit the gas pedal.
Doodle diaper video. Rise up, sweetie squad.
Dude. Hit the gas, full speed, back of a truck chains. All right? Get over it. All right, we got a tweet from Chuli. The video on Heaton will be taking a back seat after the interrogation in the SEC courthouse about a formerly unknown. About a user formerly known as George Raccoon. It was found that he, as a predator, allegations, I don't know that for a fact yet until this information comes out, was covered for by Doodletones, who was then allowed him back into the community. They not like us. So true, truly. Now we have some other stuff. Ponder. Okay. Akumu found an interesting comment on Doodletones' video about George Raccoon. Divine comedy. For context, this is Ponder's comments on Doodletones' now unlisted George Raccoon video. Quick question, Ponder Sprocket. What is actually qualified? And who is actually qualified? You? This was a year after your several videos falsely accusing me. It's almost like a bunch of people who throw out serious allegations aren't actually qualified to make these allegations. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy, guys? This whole community is just an evil cesspit of people that need to be fucking burned at the stake. They all need to be dragged. They all need to be tied behind a truck chain and just hit the gas full speed. Full speed behind them. I'm so ready for this. I'm so ready. All of you people coping that I was mean to Doodletones need to fucking say I was right. I want you to say it. Say it now, Lyle Convoy Discord server. I was right. So, chat, we have a couple options because I do want to go over Synthetic Men. Like, I really want to. But this kind of threw a monkey wrench into things. So, someone sent me, where is this? Someone sent me the archive video of Doodletones doing the George the Raccoon thing. All right, somebody sent it to me. How long is it? 26 minutes? You think I can rush through? No! We might have to wait. I need to find a better... Damn. This archive doesn't even work. Whoever sent this to me sucks ass, dude. Whoever sent this to me sucks ass, homie. That's crazy, dude. Can we please talk about George the Raccoon? Can we please talk about it with my mosquito fucking voice and my diaper fetish? Dude, pain. Utter pain. Utter pain. Where did the video go? I'm literally... Okay, I guess we're not going to go over the video. Oh, I need to find it. Whoever can find an archive of the title of this video, you will be my hero. You will be my favorite person of today. If you can find this for me. Wait a minute. I believe I'm getting to the point where I was gloating in Lio's server telling everyone they're retarded, and I was right the whole time. TLDR, don't care about the TLTR. Yeah, it doesn't work. Bro, what? I need this video. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. This fucking sucks. Doesn't matter. Okay. Now, you have a vote, chat. You have a vote. I'm going to make it a legitimate poll so I can keep track of this. Doodletones. What is it? Doodletones space call or synthetic man? I can't spell synthetic, dude. I'm like borderline retarded. That's not even the right spelling. Synthetic man. Corn harvest. By the way, to the Kiwi farmers that are probably watching this right now, just letting you know, I was talking shit about him before, and now everybody is going to definitely be in a better spot. I feel great. 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 I feel great.
I vote third.
I'm so right. I was so right. I was so right the whole time. Am I quiet? Really? I don't believe so. Everyone bitches about my fucking microphone. Hold on. Looks like we're getting a lot more synthetic man. Okay, we'll have to do synthetic man. Learn to spell, fuck you. A lot more synthetic man. All right. Yep, we're getting a lot of votes for synthetic man. Okay. We'll do the synth content. We'll do the synth content. Okay? We'll do it. We'll do the synth, and then hopefully whoever is in Lio Convoy's Discord server that's a part of my community, can you join that space and record it for me? Please? Can you do that? Can you be a wonderful person and like just record that space for me? Because I asked Lio to record it. We're gonna be here for a while. Thank you, Goat. See, Goat doesn't actually care. Goat actually doesn't believe in Trump. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. I can't believe it. I can't believe Goat Kato is going to do something nice for me. That's crazy. Thank you, Goat. You're the best. I still hate you. And anyways, we need to talk about this. Like, get some snacks, chat. We're going to be here for a bit. Listen, I need to talk about what's going on here. Okay? I need to talk about this because, again, I was right about Synthetic Man. Back during his Fallout video crash out, I was right. You can take a look at the comments. There's hundreds of people saying I'm a soy cuck libtard and that I'm a consumer and Synthetic Man's a genius and all these people were coming to me and trying to do this shit.
Synthetic Man is?
No, it's not weird. Andy Pants tries to hide it. Synthetic Man at least wears it on his sleeve. You know, I've hated Synthetic Man for a while, and I've just found him to be funny, and I kept saying this guy's a lol cow. 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 And I kept saying it and kept saying it. People kept saying he's not a lol cow. He's a genius. He's this. He's that. He's gonna change the world. He's really speaking on behalf of the gamers and all this fucking bullshit. All the bullshit EFAP got way before I even got involved in the Synthetic Man A-logging game. Like, we all got shit for calling Synthetic Man a cow. And you are now seeing how right myself, Mauler, and others are about him. How much of a fucking tard Synthetic Man is. And all of you people that are running away from Synthetic Man because he decided to have a VTuber on stream and he won't disavow Lolicon. Bro, it was written on the walls. He was going to do that. It was obvious. Ooh. We're going to go over how this started. Where Null went over the basics of the drama. Then it went into the update where Null covered him again. By the way, shout out to Matt at the internet. Null, the owner of Kiwi Farms. Never thought I'd say that. But Null covers it in depth. Then him and Null have an exchange over emails, and Null leaks the email. Synthetic Man doesn't like it at all. And then we have a final video. Now, chat, I don't know if you saw the thumbnail before this. That's the thumbnail for this video. These are the kinds of fans that we're dealing with Synthetic Man fans. There's one video that is an hour long talking about how important Synthetic Man is. These fans are delusional. They're crazy. They are like QAnon level fucking dipshits. Like we're dealing with actual idiots. Like you guys are gonna love this. You guys are gonna love this.
Are you 5'3"?
No, I'm not 5'3". Driver's license says 6 foot, baby. Driver's license 6 foot, baby. I stand over Keemstar. He's a fucking midget compared to me. Anyways, let's get into Null covering the initial drama.
Let me be absolutely 100% clear about this. I have no idea when I'm talking about when I play these clips. This is my understanding of this, okay? This is my understanding of this broad strokes. There is a guy on YouTube called Synthetic Man, and it is my understanding that
Null has kicked a proverbial beehive. Like, Null has kicked beehives before constantly in, like, way worse communities, right? But there's, like, something purely insufferable about the Synthetic Man fans. They are the most annoying group of people out of any fan base imaginable. Like, at least Andy Pants' fans don't fucking chirp. They don't chirp. They don't answer. They don't talk. Like, they just let Andy get brutally and verbally raped by other creators and don't defend Andy. Synthetic Man, on the other hand, has this insane group of people. Insane group of people that will defend him no matter what. It's essentially like dealing with Keffels' community, but without the deplatforming. Just insufferable retards.
Man is a wholesome heckin' Shutterino that a lot of people like.
I wouldn't call him a wholesome hecking Shutterino, Null. Me and you both know he likes the food of cock porn, dude. He ain't wholesome. He likes he won't disavow lolly. He's into Fudacock roleplay. He's into Fudacock artwork. Like, bro, he ain't wholesome. He ain't no wholesome chungus, brother.
However, he seems to have done something to upset his community. This thread, which is the Synthetic Man appreciation thread in multimedia, so it's not a lolcow thread, has seen...
It really should have been converted into a lolcow thread. It should be. It really should be. The only reason people like Synthetic Man is because he says Jews are bad on his video without, like, anything else. Or he'll be like, black people are evil. That's the only reason why people think he's based. They don't look deeper into, like, what he does and how he articulates his points for people to actually understand why this guy's a lolcow. Okay?
Dozens of people join in the last week or two to talk about him. And even though I'm, like, manually approving all their posts because they're new users and we have a filter, I have no idea what's going on. Here is my understanding.
Listen, I don't care if he means that shit. I can't care because it's freedom of speech, whatever. But, like... the only reason people liked him is because he said that. It wasn't anything deeper than that. Yeah, it's like Hassan. He says the things that terminally online retards on the internet will eat up and just completely defend no matter what because he says the right thing. That's what he does.
Synth is like an anti-person. He's like trad, chudley, and that's why he has a fan base. He recently interviewed Sven Stoffels.
It's just like, because Null is trying his hardest. This is like before Null got ingrained into the Synthetic Man fucking universe and shit. I feel so bad for Null. He has no idea what kind of person you're dealing. Null, you have no idea what kind of person you're dealing with, bro.
The topic of the Kiwi.
At least back then. Now I think Null has an idea because this email exchange that Synthetic Man emailed Null about after falsely accusing Null of being a pedophile, it's not going well anymore. Killjoy, you're my favorite person. You're my favorite person. My favorite person in the world.
Arms came up from what someone has told me. I've not seen it myself. And someone actually asked me to get in touch with him to do an interview, which right now, because of his situation, I'm not leaning towards doing. So here's what I get is that he has an audience that is like pro anime, pro free speech, and I think that
That's the problem, is that you're mixing pro anime and pro free speech people, dude. The anime people and the pro free speech people don't always align on stuff all the time, right? So when the anime people go, hey, lolicon is valid and jerking off the children is valid, or depictions of children is valid, and the free speech people are like, whoa, bro, that's pedophilic. It doesn't really jive well together. A conservative person, a man who like cares about American values or American law or whatever, if you show them a picture of a lolicon anime fucking weirdo femboy thing and go, hey, that's awesome. If somebody says that to them, they're gonna go, you're a pedophile. Like they're just gonna say it.
He's anti-anime himself, and I'll read the chat because I actually don't know what I'm talking about. I'm going off of notes. For some reason, he recently did like a turn on the anime question, and this has upset a great number of his own viewers. Okay, he's not Okay, I got that wrong. He is not a self-proclaimed con, but his audience is cons. He made the argument that art shouldn't be illegal, and so he's made a pro free speech defense, which includes con as a general law.
So basically it's cutting it out. Essentially what Null's trying to say, like he's stating here, is that he tried to make an argument that there's he made a pro free speech, pro free expression, libertarian argument in regard to lolicon, which you're a pedophile if you do that. Like I'm sorry, you like jerking off to children. There's no argument for me there.
Libertarian thing. He also made a video, and I think this is the actual point of contention. He made a video talking about how people who are anti-con are in fact the real because they're so.
Oh my God, he's using the pedophile argument. Well, if you have a problem with lolicon, if you have a problem with people jerking off to depictions of children, maybe you're the pedophile. The dumbest argument of all time is to keep lobbing that in people's faces, thinking that's gonna work.
Obsessed, and they're saying little kids in cartoons, and that's indicative of mental illness, which is a very like that's like the typical con thing. He is, but okay, so he's personally, but he's like a Lolbert. Okay, I got you. Someone posted this in the stream.
He's not a Lolbert. This dude believes all of the shit he says, bro. And then he also will backtrack if his audience starts to attack him. But he'll criticize other people of being, of people being, what's the word I'm looking for here? He's audience captured, but anytime that a product comes out and someone says, hey, that's a good product, and he hates it, he turns around and accuses them of being audience captured and audience cocked. So basically, he's just a hypocrite. He's a massive hypocrite that will go with the flow of the audience, just like Andy.
Maybe you shouldn't call kids the English word for candy. If you don't want the art of kids' forms in lewdness to be rightfully mocked as well as you for the that you are. Listen.
Synthetic Man is talking about he's giving a defense to lolicon or a libertarian argument to lolicon.
I've already given my take on this. It's pretty neutral because I think it is, as much as I hate to side with leftists on certain shit, the saying a drawing of what
wait
is yes.
Stop. Let's upgrade our shit. Right?
Do you hear that guy? He's just like, hey. You're starting to sound like a lolicon. You're starting to sound like a lolicon. Hey. Let's make sure we upgrade our stuff. Don't go down that pipeline. Don't go down that pipeline. Don't do it. Like his friend is trying to save him.
Right now.
This dude, what a hero. He's like, wait a second. This guy I'm streaming with, bro.
Oh my, no, so based. He picked up on it too. He's like, oh, whoa.
Gear check. Can we get a gear check? We have to check our gear real quick, bro. Come on. Settle down real quick. We gotta check the gear, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, continue on. Just
never mind. Keep making your mistake. Keep making that mistake, sir.
Truth to this, but I feel like the argument, the type of thing is, it's a complicated argument because on the one hand, it depends on if you're trying to argue from a perspective of should you make drawings illegal, which is an
nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying. Oh my God, dude. Drawings illegal, bro. The depictions of these drawings are children in scantily clad outfits or being fucked. There is no in between there. That should be illegal. If you are drawing children getting fucked, that should be illegal. He is doing the Shadman defense. Right now, we are listening to him do the Shadman defense. Hold on. Nobody is saying all drawings. This is the problem with him, right? Like, he'll take things to the extreme where he's like, well, you have to take the argument of, you know, like, what are we going to do? Make all drawings illegal? It's like, no, we just want the lolicon to be illegal. We want that to be illegal. We no longer want that. We want that gone from good American society. No more.
Extremely huge slippery slope. You'd have to be
right there.
It's not a slippery slope to ban what can be used as child porn, or at least a vehicle for somebody to get off on a child, even depicted as a anime character or not. We should not be okay with that. We should not be okay with that at all. Like, that should not be a thing that society is okay with. That's where the line should be, where it is. Like, stop it.
Said being against lolicon makes me more vulnerable to fascist leaning.
What?
It was cringe.
Huh? I once had a friend who said being against lolicon makes me more vulnerable to fascist leanings. Is your friend a conservative or a liberal? That sounds like a liberal talking point.
I think you should stop talking about this.
No.
No way. Hold on. Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Depends on if you're trying to argue from
Of course it was a liberal.
perspective of should you make drawings illegal, which is an extremely huge slippery slope. You'd have to be
right there. I think you should stop talking about this.
I think you should stop talking before Noel kicks in. Do you hear his friend going, "Can you please stop talking?" Like, what are you doing? Why are you going? Why are you doing this? Why are you continuing down this path right now? Stop. It's like it's like, please stop. Just stop. Before you hurt yourself, just stop it.
No.
Never mind. He was in control the entire time.
That is important.
I think you should stop. I'm gonna be complete. I think you should stop.
I can't. Noel's laugh is infectious as fuck sometimes. Like, he keeps saying, "Synth, stop." He's like, "Please, stop it." You're Synth, stop making the argument that pedophiles make. Stop it. Please stop. What is this? Oh, Zoltan got it too? All right. We're going to do it after this.
Thomas,
I'm
I'll
not
talk about
trying
it.
to save you. You don't need
There's
this
nothing to
online.
save.
There are
What's his name?
I'm not.
I'll
I think
talk
you should
about
stop. I'm gonna be complete. I think you should stop.
I know, because you're a coward, Thomas.
Davis? That's a weird name.
Because you're a coward. His friend's like, hey. You're making pedophile arguments. You're making lolicon arguments. Hey. Maybe stop. He's like, no, you're just a coward. Listen, sometimes saying things just because you can say them doesn't mean that's a good thing.
Davis.
I'm not
I'll talk about
trying
it.
to save you. You don't need
There's
this
nothing
online.
to save.
There are certain things you don't need to talk about
Comments.
online.
Okay.
Con is something you probably just don't need to talk about online.
Dude, his friend is so based.
Well, let me just tell you, a shit ton of people have already. And unfortunately, it's related to my line of work.
Wait, a shit ton of people have already talked about lolicon, so that just opens the window for you to be like, yes, draw those children. Like how the fuck does that work?
Just read the chat.
One of us has been drinking.
Dude, he reads he the whole reason that this happened. Do you realize why Synthetic Man did the rant that you just did? Do you recognize why Synthetic Man just did what he did there? Because a random chatter brought it up to him, and he is about to ruin a section of his audience with one conversation because of one chatter. He got one guy.
Has been drinking a bottle of wine.
This is like Chris Chan level shit.
The other one's completely sober. So let's think about that, okay? You should not talk about this.
I feel like this is gonna be something. This is a problem. Like, the chat is not one person, obviously, because I always see whenever the subject comes up, there's debates in chat. But it's
You don't have to engage in the debate. You don't have to engage with the people defending lolicon or asking you about lolicon in your chat. You don't have to engage with it.
One of those things where the people who are the most vehemently against are always actual, which should tell you.
There it is. People that are the most against pedophiles are pedophiles. Lolicon talking point right there. It's done, signed, sealed, delivered. He's fucked. He's fucked. It's over. It's done. Right there. That sentence alone. It's over.
Something.
10 years ago, thousands of years ago, during the Great Gamergate War, there was a Kotaku editor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Null, for giving us a history lesson in Gamergate. This is why I like Null.
Named Mr. Pizza, who made a tweet about how Con is and then was arrested for having child. Thousands.
Okay, so if you didn't catch what he said, because there was a lot of censors there. Basically, 10 years ago, there was an individual that said that lolicon is pedophilia, and that guy got caught with CP on his hard drive. So just letting you know, that's what it is. And apparently, according to Null and old guards of the internet, anytime a lolicon gets into a fight with somebody, they always reference that. Or they don't reference it by name, but they use that argument being like, well, that guy said that, you know, lolicon bad, but he was jerking off to real children. Not everyone is like that.
Of years later, in current day, cons will constantly bring this up to say people who are anti-con are the real, because just look at Mr. Pizza. I have made this point again, or before, and I'll make it again. If an actual is looking at the shit you off to and say, that's, I will take his expert opinion on it. If he is somebody who actively collects and...
That's actually a good point. I didn't even think about that. If a dude, if a pedophile looks at your shit and goes, damn, I like that, you're jerking off the pedophile material. That's a good point. Take the professional advice. Listen to the pedophiles. I think that's the first time anyone's ever said, hey, you should definitely listen to a pedophile if they're saying, hey, this looks like something I would jerk off to. That's a good point, Noel. I didn't think about that. That's a good point. I never considered that. That's actually a good point.
And produces child, and then he looks at your drawings and says, yeah, that's... I have a feeling he has a point. I don't know why this is brought up as a point against people, because I don't think it says what you think it does. He's also played con games on stream. I don't know if that's true. Apparently one of his mods is an open con, and he doesn't ban cons from his community.
Wait, one of his mods is a lolicon, and then he plays lolicon games on stream? Oh no, dude. There's too many stars aligning. I'm hearing something. Chat, I'm hearing a dead voice. A dead voice. What's... I'm hearing it. Okay, buddy. Oh no! He's here! Okay, buddy. Nick the Oreo's a fat ass. Nick the Oreo's a fat fuck. Nick the Oreo's a fat fuck. Gator's a good guy. Who is that, chat? Who is that? Who are you, Spectre? Flamenco! Mamenco talking points. Oh no! There's too many things happening that makes this sound like flamenco. Oh no.
Which is why he gets brigaded by people who are anti-con. That's why the thread's so shit. And then here's the issue, okay? Because he's very chudly, and because he is pro-libertarian con, right? His audience is very anti-whammon.
No, I know. Every single time there's a lolicon tweet, like being like, hey, lolicon's evil and it's dangerous and people that jerk off to it are pedophiles. You'll just see it blow up, and there's like hundreds of thousands of comments just being like, well, you're the pedophile. No, you're the pedophile. It's just all projection. It's all hypocritical projection.
So I think, from my understanding, is that he has a very anime stance in general, but then for some reason he did a stream with Kersha, who is a I guess I would say a medium-sized VTuber. She's not like corporate, but she's not small either.
She's more like indie. She's a part of the anti-woke crowd of people. I know she was getting canceled recently. I don't give a fuck about the VTuber drama sphere. Kershey, I don't care. But because Synthetic Man is on the anti-woke, he's got to bring on this anti-woke person for him to gain clout in the anti-woke community. But that's the problem, is that it pisses off his entire fan base that hates anime VTubers. So now he's dealing with two warring factions of a group of completely turbidly online fucks that care about anime tits and anime children. And then he has the other half of his audience, which is terminally online, QAnon, idiots. Like, that's all we got. That's what his whole audience is. It's not like a diverse group of people. It's just like this group of retards and this group of retards. The most insufferable people imaginable crammed into one community.
It's like 1,000 to 2,000 viewers from my understanding. And she's kind of like Chud aligned. She's probably one of the most aware people in regards to the forum. And so he had her on to talk. And then his audience got really pissed off at him because he had a woman on stream and he had a VTuber on stream.
Oh, yeah, I also forgot. He's also anti-woman, like really hardcore. So it is crazy. That is a good point by Null again. The idea that Synthetic Man, somebody who is vehemently against women, vehemently against sexualization or anything like that, against minority groups and all this shit, brings on a woman. Not only a woman, but a anime woman. Not a great combination to bring onto a channel that you cultivated an audience of people that hate shit like that. Like,
So it was like his audience that didn't like anime was upset at this, and his audience that doesn't like women is upset at this because she's actually like 30, I think.
Oh, I also forgot. All the anime VTuber people hate Kershey. Hate her. I don't know why. She's just like, video games bad. Like, they do all the fucking side scroller talking points.
I want to say she's like a 30-year-old woman, so it's like that's a.
Isn't Synthetic Man massively anti-woman? I don't know if it's because of his black girlfriend cheating on him. Okay, but he's anti-woman because the community demands it for the content.
Hag. That's not a heckin' base. So people got upset at that. And then there is a clip that I can play for this. So let's see. April 3rd and May 8th.
Higher than food. Not shocking. Actually, this is part of why Kiwi.
Look at this. Wait, hold on. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that list. I know you can barely see it, but I'll read it out to you. So, Synthetic Man is polling his chat. Polling the chat of people. Lolly, ? Yes was voted 37%. No is 63%. So he has a significant audience base of his live audience, his active audience, that absolutely hate Lolicon. And then if you just saw from the clip before, he just made an argument pro-Lolicon people do all the time. Not a good combination to do, Synthetic Man.
April 3rd and May 8th.
Higher than food. Not shocking. Actually, this is part of why Kiwi Farms is mad at me too. Do you know Kiwi Farms unironically?
He reads his threads. He reads his threads right there, right there. That's how you know you read a thread. That's how you spot a thread reader. That's how you spot a thread reader,
these
chat.
are the regarded people Synthetic Man wanted to pander to.
I know.
Now he's got to pay for it.
That's the best part. Dude, think about that. What you're witnessing here is the birth of a cow. Like, he was already a cow in my eyes, but to the overall internet,
also hate people of color.
he's getting up there now. He's gonna become he's gonna become the next Spoonie. I'm calling it. He'll be the next Spoonie 1. Decrepit, sad, angry, pissed off at his audience for not letting him do what he wants to do. It's starting. And all he did was defend Lolicon and basically confirm he reads his own thread.
Ironically, wants me to ban all of the cons in my audience. It's like, are you guys retarded?
I do it. It's called the third rail. Like I'm not like the.
Unironically, if you come to me in my chat and say, "Hey, I'm pro Lolicon," I will ban you without even hesitation. You will be nuked off of the fucking planet of Earth that is my chat, okay? Think about that next time. If you come to me and go, "Yeah, man, Lolicon's awesome," I'm banning you almost immediately. I won't even think about it. Won't even... The mods, if I don't catch it and the mods see it, if the mods don't ban you on site, they are fired immediately.
Thought police. I can't control what you do or what you're into. But if you come out and you just flat out say that you're like off to Lolicon, like, I just have to ban you. That's the third rail.
Oh, dude. Also based.
Oh, bro.
You know how much money that those people probably giving me? Like,
I refuse to debate people on the lolly question. It's just retarded. I literally find it deplorable, disgusting, and I will never change my fucking mind about it.
I'm gonna ban potentially a third of my live stream audience.
That's not an argument.
That sounds like the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
That's
Well, hold on. So it is. So this is the thing, right? It is dumb to sit there and expect him to immediately ban all these people. You can't see who voted, anything like that. What I would expect if you wanted to remove this element from your community is that you would ban them if you had a conversation like that and you just get rid of them. You just go, you just knock them out. You don't even say anything. Just immediate, gone. No conversation, no anything. Just, but you won't know. You won't know until they do something like that. So I think it is ridiculous that people are demanding he just start banning people randomly. Unless they poke their heads up, you're not going to know.
It's a bad...
Except for the mod. There is a mod that apparently is a lolicon, and he should ban them immediately. But hey, that's me. Kershey was acting a bit two-faced, but interacting with Synthetic Man. Not shocked.
argument. Jeffrey Epstein could have made that argument. Like, I'm just supposed to, like, oh, you give out. I'm just supposed to ban the third of my, 2/3 of my supporters. Are you kidding me?
Okay.
I can't do that.
Okay. Okay.
But no, the guy who doesn't even have a Discord, I'm gonna definitely get into trouble because of you guys doing things independently. That has nothing to do with me. If hypothetical,
but the problem is what you're doing right now, Synthetic Man, is that you gave an argument that is basically what every lolicon, libertarian fucking weirdo does. Now you are polling the chat to see who likes lolicon and who does not like lolicon in your chat, and you are upset that people voted no. Then when people say, hey, you got a sizable portion of your community that's a problem, we're the majority, Synthetic Man goes, well, it's not my problem. The problem is that you have made it your problem because you keep talking about it and keep going on about it. You're making it your own problem. You're acting like a cow, Synthetic Man. You're talking about you're talking like a cow, buddy. It's happening. The transition, you're right on the precipice, and all you need is a little push. And that's where the email comes in that you sent to Null.
one person in my audience is a real and the kid. What does that have to do with me? Absolutely nothing.
Wow, bro. Come the on.
Read logic.
Okay, listen. If you have definitive proof that somebody in your community has fucked a child, they should be banned immediately. Immediately. They should not be allowed in your live chats. If you have a Discord, they shouldn't be allowed on your Discord. They shouldn't be anywhere. You should not allow that person if you have definitive proof that they fucked a child. You go to the police and you ban them from everything. What? And he goes, yeah, but it's not my problem. You're the one that knows it. This person hangs around your community. You need to do something about that.
I can't stand it. The sanctimonious pricks. They annoy me.
Wait.
They annoy me.
Wait. So he's aware that in the con department of his audience, there are actual getting arrested, and he's still not going to put the kibosh on that. He's not going to say, shut the up. That's a bad idea. I don't know.
Stream has 42 dislikes. What? 42? No. 42? That's a lot. Oh my god. 42?
You're really stupid. He doesn't say he knows. I'm saying if he did know, you're a retard. It's a retarded hypothetical. You're a retard. And I'm being one guy right now. You need to get your fucking head examined. If I did say that he knew somebody officially 100% and he's covering it up, I'd be saying Synthetic Man needs to go away with the fucking dinosaurs. His argument is retarded. I said if he knows anyone like that, if he knew that information about somebody and let them be in their community, that's Synthetic Man's fucking problem. You're an idiot. I can't even read your fucking name. Your hieroglyphic ass name. No, don't ban him. He's not doing anything stupid. If he's like, yeah, I like lolicon, then ban him.
My career's over. Dude, if all 1,000 people who are watching the stream at a time unsubscribed, I would still be at 150K. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, why have I attracted so many narcissists?
Because of your content, how you operate, and the way that you talk about people, and the way that you attack other people. Maybe that's the reasons why. How did you attract so many narcissists? Oh, here's another reason. Anytime you get pushback on a review of yours, which aren't that fucking good and pretty surface level, you crash the fuck out and say that there's like a paid campaign by billion-dollar companies to try and put you down. Like, dude, you made a narcissistic audience because you act like a narcissist. Like, I don't know what to tell you, dude.
How many of you guys have like main character syndrome? If you disappeared tomorrow, it would change nothing.
Yes, same for you as well.
That's a bad thing to say to your audience.
Also, that is a good... I didn't even catch that part. That's actually a good thing. You should never do that. Like, I will tell my audience to fuck themselves, but you guys have been conditioned to know that when I'm joking and when I'm serious. You guys know, okay?
I laughed when you said the wider internet will know he's a cow. Not sure if you're aware a massive chunk of his own audience doesn't
Oh,
respect
really?
him. They're there only for the unhinged rants. They know.
They know. So then how come I received hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of comments on all my Synthetic Man videos saying he's a genius? I can't tell if they're trolling, if they're fucking serious. Every person that has any sort of criticism for Synthetic Man, it causes the most annoying shit imaginable. So if there's a detractor group that is just watching to watch him, he's going to end up like Spoonie or Phil. I give him... Guys, just think about it. I would give Synthetic Man... I give him probably a year. I give him probably a year. Half of them are trolling you. Really? That's impressive. You know what? I will give it to those trolls then. I will 100% concede it. I will 100% concede it. Because the comments that you read on his comments section and all the other comments on every other video made about Synthetic Man, it's a little fucking crazy. I've never seen that before. I've never seen like that much like buddy trolling in my life for like thousands of people. So you know what?
Imagine the Synth-A-Log community being just as vicious as the Phil-A-Log is.
That would be a shit show. But you know what? If that's the case, dude, you got me. I'm going to be honest. You guys had me going. I thought this guy had a rabid audience. I like you. I like you, trolls. You're funny.
If you tell your audience that you don't give a f***, they stop watching.
My leftist empathy. Oh, you're on the wrong channel if you think I'm a leftist, buddy.
One of two things will happen.
Oh, God, that's funny.
One of three things, I guess. Either A,
You're funny. I like you.
they'll keep watching and not care, which will be like a third of them. Like another third might actually stop watching, and then the final third will actually keep watching, but because they hate you.
But yeah, hold on, wait. I just remembered. I was trying to say something. The way he operates, and Null's correct, is like I was getting on a point, but I got distracted by the dono. So the thing is, right, is that here's my community as an example. Like, I'll poke fun at you guys. You'll poke fun at me. I'll fucking take the trolls. I'll take people being like saying crazy shit. Like, I don't really care. It's funny to me. I enjoy what I do. I like laughing with you guys at shit. And sometimes you guys make fun of me. I encourage the fact that people don't agree with me on everything. I actually encourage it. In Synthetic Man's case, he can't do that. He doesn't have like that level of communication with his audience and the what's the word I'm looking for? And the tact to be able to understand what the audience is going to say or do or argue with him in a good faith way, and he can have fun with them. He can have fun with them and they have fun with him. No, he doesn't have any of that. It's his way or the highway, and it always is. That's what it looks like every single time that there's ever been a stream in my entire life watching Synthetic Man.
Then you'll be like a DSP.
I'm supportive of Palestine. Yeah, man. You know what I'm supportive of? Just glass everything.
Where your audience is
Glass the earth, dude.
just like hating on you forever.
And that audience, like Null's saying, will splinter off, and you will have a contingent of people that just fucking hate your guts and will go crazy like Darkside Phil. Or you'll have a group of people like this person, Agent Nibbles. Agent Nibbles in chat. telling people that, hey, like your whole community is actually making fun of you behind the scenes, like constantly, and you have no idea about it.
Yeah, that's a bad idea. Yeah. So
No, he does. Fun fact: Synthetic Man supports Palestine because Hamas are anti-Semitic. There is no fucking way he said that.
someone in his audience said, or in my chat said, he doesn't focus on unless it's brought up, but it's like
It's one too many times. It's one too many times. One too many times.
he freaks out and has like a target fit every single time it's brought up, and it becomes like something that is so incessant that people are now joining like a forum to shit talk him. You should
Dude, Jim's got better shit to do.
probably not talk about it at the very least. He should do like literally everything in his power to not talk about it, but yeah, that's
Chris
weird.
is very woke, except for
If it is brought up and
Okay,
you don't
this is a
disavow,
problem that
you're
you guys
done.
know about that.
I mean, I think you can get away with just the libertarian stance where you're just like,
Not really.
I don't like it, and I'm suspicious of people who are. But
Would that be considered libertarian? Yeah, I guess, because it's not an extreme. It's not you being like they need to be locked up, run over with trucks, like shot, or the other end of it, which is like all of it should be totally legal. It's totally fine. Like, yeah, it's not like that. Yeah, I would say that's more of a middle of the road centrist more than anything. Libertarian, I think that's, I don't know, maybe I would label it that. I don't know.
I don't want to ban drawing because I think that's my
Because for me, like, if you jerk off to that shit, I literally hate you, and I hope nothing but the worst in your life. And if you support it, you're supporting people getting off on depictions of children as a vice, so that they can get comfortable with it and maybe go out and rape kids themselves. So, like, I don't like you. I don't like you. I want nothing to do with you, and I want you to be fucking thrown in a dumpster somewhere. That'd be great.
stance is that it's
A dumpster, or like a, like a car press.
like I don't want those people around me. I don't want it on my site. I don't trust people who are into it. But I'm very hesitant to say anything that how I can't in my head I can't imagine how you would regulate it without just
You can't regulate it. It's
having
not
like
possible.
a department that looks at con and makes the determination on if it's underage or not. Like I don't see how you could do that. And I don't want to deal with that government overreach because we have con artist locales on the thread. We have people like Shadman, and we document what Shadman does, and that's on the forum. And it's like, how do you like when the government passes a law, like with the recent revenge law? Like, how do I decide what's public good or not? Because if the government decides it's not public good, then I'm criminally liable for when I think that it is of public interest, and they disagree. Well, if it's the same thing with con, like if we're documenting Shadman. And I believe that it's of public interest, and they disagree, well, that's criminal liability. So I don't trust the government to regulate it at all. Kershaw loves Shad-based art. Oof, bad luck, bro.
I do remember when Kershey said that they like Shadman art. I do remember that. I think Shinji was the one that showed it to me. I do agree with this argument here.
I feel like that's
Hold on.
the best stance you can have. It's like I say, it's like if you off to drawings of feet, you're a foot file. If you off to drawings of men butt each other, you're probably gay. Off to children.
True.
Or drawings of
Probably a
children.
pedophile. You're
What does that
probably a
mean?
pedophile. Yeah, what is that?
Oh, you just like petite women. Okay. You just like short stacks. Okay. Cope.
Short stack goblins, Vosh moment. Man, if you jerk off the lolicon, you just think that they're goblins, dude. It's totally fine. I half expect Synthetic Man to do that one day. He's gonna get caught with like lolicon or something. He's gonna get caught. It's gonna happen, and his audience is gonna have a heart attack, and then he's gonna go, guys, you don't understand. It's just short stack goblins. Like, he's gonna do it. He's going to. It is going to happen. It's only a matter of time till he has a Vosh moment. And that'll be funny. I can't wait to rake in more money with that. That's great. I love it. I can't wait. Oh, man. That'll be a great day for everybody. Let's see here.
Bad way to handle all this. I don't know anything about them, but I'm forced to pay attention to it because it's getting like hundreds of pages, and like this is I kind of want to see what happens if I go to like page 300. This is in February, page 400. It's April.
Oh, I saw an Andy Pants video.
Last month it has gotten 250 pages. That's really fast.
That's a very big
I don't know.
thread.
He's obviously doing something where it's not working out well for him.
Yeah, that thread's getting really big. That's an insane
Doesn't
size
Diesel
of a
have
thread.
short stack goblin art on his coffee store?
Yeah, I don't know. Don't talk to me about that. They aren't kids. You can't forget the autism excuse. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that.
You can't forget the autism excuse.
You can't do that. You can't do that. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. This is where shit gets cranked up to 1,000,000, all right? So, Null does that quick segment.
Hello, Chris.
Yes.
Have money for your suffering.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So, now we're cranking it up to like the 50,000. We're going up another level. So, Null does that brief stream just talking about like, hey, I don't really think this is a good idea the way that you're operating this. And the audience is going to end up hating you, or like a contingent of the audience is going to end up hating you, and you are doing lolicon arguments, you know what I mean? Just basic criticism. I'm being a little bit more flamboyant about it. Null's being very pointed. He's like, listen, like this isn't good. This isn't good. This is getting worse by the minute, and if you make those kinds of arguments, that's what lolicons and pedophiles do. And like, you're going to be shocked by what Synthetic Man talks about with Null here.
Head first into this boiling water, not knowing what the fuck I was into. And this week, I have no idea what the fuck is going on. And I have a vaguest understanding of things. But in the time since, for whatever reason, the Soyjack people have decided to take an immense interest in Synthetic Man, also called Synthetic Chud Man, who does something called the Chudcast, I think. And now that I'm a little bit...
Chudcast.
more informed, here is what I understand. He is an anti-woke media commentator who does video game and also movie reviews. But I definitely
like movie, TV, stuff like that. He mostly wants to just review Fudacock in his mouth.
Definitely video games. And he has acquired an audience which is now turning on him, and that is the foundation of his drama. Because his audience is very chudly. And he's kind of like I guess close to Tim. No, this is hard to say, but kind of like a Tim Pool libertarian, where he's like, you know, I appeal to the right because of my takes, but at the same time, I'm like very laissez-faire minded type. So I have
these descriptions I don't necessarily agree with Null. Again, it's because Null doesn't really like cover Synthetic Man very in depth wise. I would just say this guy's like off his fucking rocker, like genuinely, like he's just not all there. Anytime he talks about something personal, or he talks about a show or something or a movie or anything, it's like in the most hyperbolically insane fucking way imaginable to get the most eyes on him. It's kind of like watching white Johnny Somali without the IRL streaming. That's kind of like how I view Synthetic Man. Like, that's how I view him, is like white Johnny Somali, you know, like insanely annoying, constantly wanting people to clip him, threatens people that criticize him, or like says he's gonna kill them or whatever, you know, like crazy people shit. Like, that's how I kind of like view Synthetic Man more than anything, but that's just my interpretation of him.
A couple clips to kind of lay the groundwork on him, and then I'll talk about what I think happened to kickstart the drama, okay?
And read you's a Gerudo, and if you've seen any of their...
Oh god, his Legend of Zelda review! I remember showing this to Boblax before he became all Mr. Mismanshi, and I was like, ugh. This... The Jewish question, the brown people in Legend of Zelda. Oh god, what a keto clip. It's so funny. It's like, it's so insane. It's so insane. Hold on, gotta turn the camera back on. Gets a little wonky.
Roll 34, you know, they're usually sporting a little something extra. Come.
I'm sorry, what? I didn't hear that during the review last time.
Start the drama, okay?
And read you's a Gerudo, and if you've seen any of their Roll 34, you know, they're usually sporting a little something extra.
Gawk. He's talking about Gawk. Sees masculine woman, immediately thinks, damn, that thing's got a dick, don't it? Wow, I can't believe I didn't catch that last time. Holy shit.
Come. That's why I'm going doing your pussy tonight, Link. Though obviously
So he's into Fuda. I think that's
He had a segment in his Zelda review where he goes on a rant about how gay anal sex causes smallpox for literally no particular reason. LMFAO.
No, he did. That's fucking funny. That's so crazy. He's probably said like the craziest shit out of any YouTuber on the platform in like a long fucking time. And like everyone's just getting kernels and like nuggets and pieces. It's great.
inarguable.
Do you mean monkeypox or smallpox?
Whoa!
Chris, that character is a
He wasn't
minor.
made fun of enough in school.
We're talking about the Gerudo character. Well, he said the Gerudo in general. I don't want to say he meant the child character. I believe he meant the overall community of the Gerudo, okay? I will be somewhat charitable to that. Listen, man, I'm not a fan of synthetic, man, but, like, I don't know. He said any art of the Gerudo on Rule 34. Exact words. Replay the clip.
And Riju's a Gerudo, and if you've seen any...
Nope. Okay, I was wrong. I was so wrong. You fucking got me, dude. You got me. You got me. You were right. Fuck! I tried being charitable, dude. I tried. You can't say I didn't try, okay? You can't say I didn't try. You can't say I didn't try. You can't say it. Chris, people are like, oh, Chris is charitable, these grifting fucking retards. I just tried and lost miserably. Like, fuck! Alright, hold on. I need nicotine. That's crazy. 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 I tried.
of their Rule 34, you know, they're usually sporting a little something extra. Come.
I said I was wrong. I said I was wrong. I'm holding the L. I'm holding the L on that one. I'm holding the L. Oh no, come on, dude. I tried. $10 from Pigeon. Bro was unironically looking Rule 34 lolly food porn for a Zelda review. He's truly dedicated to the craft. So dedicated he wants to see his video. See in his video games, more specifically God of War Ragnarok. Yeah, didn't he also say that he was like pissed off that there was like no love scene or something between Atreus and the girl? Didn't he also have an issue with that? Who can find me that clip? It's specific. It was specific. It was on EFAP that they caught it. If somebody could find me that clip, I'd appreciate it.
That's why I'm going doing your pussy tonight, Link.
So he's into Fuda. I think that's inarguable. I want to say it's not an allegation that he outright talks about being...
No, he outright talks about it, Noel. Like, outright. He screams it from the rooftop. He pretty much said he wanted to get railed and pegged by Abby from The Last of Us 2.
Into Fuda. And there's another clip of him where he explains how...
He said something about eugenics in them. I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked.
The problem with anime is that anime, because it's a fantasy, can make anything look good, including girls with penises. So he says that girls with penises are very hot, but only in anime, where they're like...
He said what? That's cap. That's so cap. That's a cope. That's hard cope. He's jerking off the transport. There's no way he's not, dude. There's no way he's not. He's a chaser, bro. He's a secret chaser. Nobody goes, yeah. Hermaphrodite pornography is only hot with anime. No one says that it isn't into it real. That's not a real thing. Yo, here you go. Of what? Oh my god.
He doesn't show any sexual interest in her whatsoever.
Yeah.
She's a child,
Please
bro.
stop. 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 Stop.
He doesn't show any sexual...
Please stop. Hold on. It won't let me...
He doesn't show any sexual interest in her whatsoever.
Yeah.
She's a child, bro. They're the last two of the species, dude, and it's ancient Norse. Okay, someone educate this blank slate.
I don't.
These are ancient times. The fucking age of consent didn't exist.
That's crazy. Hold on, I'm hearing something. Can't tell if it's work outside. Okay, yeah. I was like, I thought Chef was breaking something. It was some guy working outside. Wow, that clip was that comment did not age well. Does Null know about this clip? Does Null know?
He doesn't show any sexual interest in her whatsoever.
Yeah.
She's a child, bro. They're the last two of the species, dude, and it's ancient Norse. Okay, someone educate this blank slate. These are ancient times. The fucking age of consent didn't exist.
Oh, dude, America needs to burn down if this is the kind of person that we're like fucking platforming is like the savior of the white race or something. We need to burn.
Properly women, but with penises. And trannies in real life are disgusting to him. So he's kind of like that meme where it's like, I love Fuda, but I would never, ever, ever, ever fuck a tranny. I promise. And this, of course, is
Just to check we're not in ancient times still.
Yeah, crazy, right? You know, I'm streaming to you from two rocks that I rubbed together in a piece of wood.
I remember Smutty got put that the IFAP guys don't really care about the culture war.
Yeah, he got butt mad about that. He pretty much said that he would like, didn't he threaten Rags too? Didn't he threaten Rags? I could have swore Synthetic Man threatened Rags.
led to some contention amongst his fans, who, as someone running something called the Chudcast, you might expect them to be a little bit more conservative than that.
How long before he defends Horsecock? It's probably on the horizon. It's probably on the horizon. You don't think it was a threat? He said he called Rags a slur. Okay, so it wasn't a threat. He was just like, I want to call Rags like a fag or something. Like, that's probably what he was going with. Like, whatever. Like, who cares? He threatened to come on the show and scream racial slurs to get EFAP banned. I don't know why. Mahler and the guys are like the most chill group of people.
Yeah, I have listened to some ASMR recently, I won't lie. Wrong. I had to read this one out because this is literally like one of the most pseudo-intellectual comments I've ever...
The fuck is that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Synthetic Man in a Dead Space remake stream said they're replacing white people because a fake ad in the far background race swapped a nobody NPC.
Amazing. He's so smart.
Wrong. I had to read this one out because this is literally like one of the most pseudo-intellectual comments I've ever read in my life. Like, this guy is 90 IQ tops.
No.
More likely,
No!
probably
No!
85.
No! What is that? Gentle Nurse helps you sleep while you're sick. ASMR. It is recommended. What is that? This is the ASMR girl of age. I don't, like, whatever. It's just so weird. It's so weird, dude. It's so weird. Oh, he has Cameron's video in the recommended. Oh, that sucks. What else? He's also got Sargon of Akkad. Looks like there's another anime thing. Shizu manga. He dumps his abusive girlfriend.
He didn't want to go
What?
on to IFAP because of their associations with Rags and JXI,
Oh,
aka
got it.
an F slur and a trans person.
Got it.
More likely, you know, probably 85. I guess.
It's so weird. I hate ASMR. I hate it so fucking much.
So he got caught in 4K with the anime ASMR VTuber in the recommendations. And then when gently prodded if he had been watching ASMR,
Gently prodded. He was getting fucking trolled.
He kind of admitted that yes, he was. So, if Pillow Deer ASMR is your Oshi, you share an Oshi with the Synthetic Man. This guy. And then this is what's causing him some frustration with his audience. This kind of stuff. So
Also,
apparently, Pal World, the Pokemon knockoff game, released a companion game that's a dating simulator, from my understanding, and he's talking about that.
No, 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 no.
On this.
they
Forget about
pussied
this
out. They didn't put the lolly in. They're scared.
That's actually worse than what I thought he was gonna say. That's actually worse than what I thought he was gonna say. I thought it was worse. I thought it was that is worse. That is worse than what I thought. I'm like fucking brain broken right now. Hold on. We just have to listen to it again. Just listen again. Listen again. I'm not gonna say anything.
From my understanding, and he's talking about that on this.
They
Forget about this
pussied
shit.
out. They didn't put the lolly in. They're scared. I don't know if you.
That might be for the best.
Hold on, tell me. Since you don't know Pal World, you probably haven't seen this. Actually, it's in my thumbnail for my Pal World review, so you can just fucking click that. But hold on. I will show this. I'll show this on the stream really quick. But there's a character.
What is it called?
Dazzy, D-A-Z-Z-I. Let's see. There's a character that is basically a lolly on a cloud, and so they did not put that in the dating sim.
I posted
wonder
it in
why.
Discord. Told me if you want to see it.
Oh damn! All right.
Yes. Oh, Nicandros. You have no idea, dude. He wants to get railed by Abby from The Last of Us 2, bro. He thinks the idea of a hermaphrodite is like hot. But he only thinks anime hermaphrodites are hot, not real hermaphrodites. So he's not gay. Okay, Nicandros, that's the cope. That's the cope. Now he's talking about not being upset that there's no lolly in the Pal World dating simulator. This dude is cooked. He's cooked.
Fist.
Oh, I'm seeing some uh-ohs in chat. I've been told after my last stream that means nothing at all, and if you think that it does,
I see someone in chat. Food a folder.
you're the pedophile.
So that's what
That's
chat wanted.
gay.
I'm not answering
Wanted-
that.
That's what chat wanted to just ask him. To be honest. Okay.
Okay, so there's that. My understanding that he has that pro art expression take, and it's kind of grinding with his audience. He's not ever come out and said that he's a lolicon,
Oh, are they gay? I don't know.
but he has like not disavowed it, which is pissing people off. Now, when I talked about this, I mostly focused on that because I couldn't really understand what was happening. And when I talked about that, someone who's actually banned from, I don't know if she's banned or not, but she despises me because she says that I'm a feminist.
Oh, hooray! One of Null's haters got a Synthetic Man to
Who
crash out.
starts a convo like that? I just tuned into the stream and now there's Loli.
Oh wow! Welcome to hell. Welcome to hell. Welcome to learning about Synthetic Man.
He is apparently a fan
Fighting Null, the owner of Kiwi Farms.
of this guy, and sent him money to try and provoke a response. And Synthetic Man, being somebody who has
Because he does the same thing that like all lolcows do. They have to respond to anything in front of them. They can't just be like, yeah, I'm not going to answer. Or, that's a stupid question. They have to engage with it, and they have to crash out about it.
incredible self-preservation instinct, decided to take a $1 super chat from a retard. And
It was a $1 super chat. He crashed out over $1. If that's not a lolcow, I don't know what is.
just go off on it. You ready? This is a response to my last stream talking about him.
Let's see how it goes. Let's see how
He's only
does.
seen your clips talking about lolly. He says you're using libertarian arguments.
Yes.
All right, maybe Noel does want to fuck little boys. If all he's
That's how you speed run your career right there. That's That's how you speed run your career. It's over. It's so 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 over. Bro, he's fucked. It's rest in peace. Synthetic man. You had a good run, buddy. You had a good run, but now
arguments. All right, maybe Noel does want to fuck little boys. If all he's thinking about all the time is it's like,
You hear that awkward laugh? That's the laugh of somebody who just realized that he cannot put that genie back in the bottle, and he is now on my fucking shit list forever.
I love that Null. I love that Null's just like, yeah, that's how he knows that he fucked up. He can't put that genie back in the bottle. He can't put that genie back in the bottle. It's over. It's like you're on his shit list that he puts Keffels on now, dude.
either he hates Lolly because he wants to touch real kids, or he hates Lolly because he wants to touch little boys instead. Like, legitimately, out of all the things that I've said over the years, my opinions on Lolly are the bottom of significance. Not even fucking close to...
Doesn't matter. You still had an opinion on it, spoke about it, and used lolicon talking points. It is now something that is attached to you as your opinion. People are going to focus on that care about that opinion, and criticize you for that opinion. That is the problem. Everything else gets pushed to the wayside when people zero in on something that collectively the normal people in the world all agree with. That lolicon is degenerate. It's wrong. It's pedophilic.
If I had to rank all the most important opinions I've ever said over the course of my channel, my non-committal answer on lolicon is like in the bottom, I don't know, 50, bottom 10, bottom...
You see that right there? That's called deflection. That's called, guys, I have way more opinions on other things. How come people have a problem with this thing? Oh, that's your first mistake. Oof. That's your problem. It's over, bro.
20, like, this is retard shit. This is 100% retard shit. Like, I know that, I'm sure to him that I'm basically irrelevant. That's fine.
Yeah, also the whole non-committal thing, totally not real. He committed to it. He committed to an argument. Send this to Fertanga. Fertanga already knows, probably.
I don't think I'm important in, like, a literal sense. But that is stupid. That is goddamn stupid. I just gotta be honest. Like, out of all the things to look up for the synthetic man, it's Lolly opinions. Yeah, he's autistic 1,000%. You get 1,000%.
No, I don't know Frit, but I've had interactions with him in the past. I know some people who know him.
Autism in this case, by the way. I'm not sure if he says anything else. But my autism.
Yeah, I'm sure he's mad that I don't ban 30% of my fans.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You know, which is totally what a smart person would do.
Again, that's not the argument that anyone's making. The argument that was being made is that you made a libertarian fucking argument in regard to lolicon, which sounds like every other fucking pedophile and lolicon on the planet. Then when you get pressed on it, do a fucking poll, find out the majority of your audience hates it, you crash out over it. Then when you are pressed on that, if you are brought up and it's like, hey, and you use the example, well, if there was a guy in my community that raped kids and I know about it, you know, like, that has nothing to do with me. That guy raped kids. What do I have to do anything about it? It's like, sure. But if you are aware of it, that person's in your community, you should ban that person. This is why these arguments and these opinions are really fucking bad. And your audience that comes to you looking for opinions that they agree with because you created an audience of people that specifically only care about that and they don't like it is going to cause problems. And if you keep responding to shit, you're going to keep falling deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into the lockout cycle, which is happening in real time. Because now you're picking a fight with Null, calling him a pedophile. Because Null said, I don't really like how he's handling this. It's not looking good. And he did a libertarian argument, and I don't agree with it.
So here's the awesome thing. Really awesome thing. As I pointed out, he seems to have a lot of people enjoying their OOs in the chat, right? And he's saying that it would be a terrible business decision for him to ban people who are just openly talking about child erotic in his chat as he discusses lolicon. It would be bad business decision. Obviously, taking the Medicare route where you never piss off your own audience. You never speak against your own audience because they're the ones who support you. You never break that golden rule. Never, ever go against your own audience, even if they're talking about, child belly erotic. Never do that, chat. So, after this, he apparently walked it back a little bit, and then...
No. Vicio's thanks $2. A real man apologizes when he's done wrong. I honestly don't think I was very in the wrong. What I was in the wrong for was grossly exaggerating. Like, I got way too angry. But
yeah, you had a Spurg moment, and you called the owner of the largest gossip forum on the internet a pedophile. It doesn't go very well when you start doing stuff like that.
I got angry because of the accumulation of all the bad shit that's been happening. You know, like I realized
the bad shit is, and again, this is a very secondhand rehashing, but I understand is that even though, like, apparently according to him, 1/3 of his chat is child belly erotic enthusiasts. There's another significant chunk that is very anti-anime, anti-VTuber, and he had a VTuber on his stream where apparently he did like a 180 and started instead of being critical of her, he was very supportive or not critical enough, and that caused a lot of his audience to call him a simp, and that blew up in his face. So now he's kind of torn between 1/3 of his audience really likes child belly erotic, and the other third is like, why are you talking to these people that you should despise on your podcast and something for them? So he's kind of torn between that. He's trying to figure out how to appease both sides.
He wasn't that harsh on me compared to other figures, but
you can't appease both sides in that moment. That's the thing that Synthetic Man's like not understanding. You can't appease both sides. You're going to piss these people off, especially with the argumentation that you made. And the majority of your audience hates it. So the right business decision would just be like, guys, I get it. I am going to just straight up ban anybody that says anything pro lolly in my chats moving forward because it is wrong. Like that, you just got to do it. You just got to do it. You just got to do it. Like you just got to rip the Band-Aid off.
400 viewers, 74 likes. Do it for our fat gay man.
Okay, fuck you.
Then after, so he reads the $1 super chat from a retard and lights up, and then he actually listens to what I said, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, I'm just kind of paying attention to this because it's happening, and I'm trying to like form an understanding of what's going on, and that's kind of what I pray. And then he's like, oh fuck, he didn't actually call me a pedophile or anything. he just kind of just filled in the gap, like he assumed that if I was talking about him, I must be calling him a pedophile, so therefore he's just going to say whatever the fuck he wants. And then he watched it, he's like, oh, I'm actually retarded. Okay, I got you.
Again, it was the principle.
It still doesn't really help. Like it's good that you acknowledge the fault. The problem is that there's no like, I'm sorry at the beginning of this. It being like, hey, I'm sorry to Null. Took it way too far. You could have just said, I'm sorry. I understand, but what you did is you didn't say the words, I'm sorry. You are prefacing it with excuses.
That I was vastly misrepresented because of his personal crusade against Lolicon, right? Where I was wrong was me calling him a pedo and that he wants to fuck little boys or whatever. That's where I fucked up. But I'd say
at least you owned the fuck up, buddy.
Imagine saying that.
Yeah, no, that's not how that works. You can't put the genie back in the bottle on that one.
Accidentally called this guy. I said he fucked little boys, and I probably shouldn't have done that. Like, how do you make that mistake? That was like your go-to. That when you hear about somebody saying something you don't like, you're like, you know what? Oh, here. Hold up. Oh man, I'm never gonna be able to find this, and any search query that I'm going to put into Google to try and find this clip is a disaster. It's like the that Rockstar game about interrogating people, where one of the options for like mob bosses, do you like fucking little boys, Varez? Like that should not be your. Actually, I think what's even funnier about that is that that's the only way to actually proceed in that interrogation. Like that's the correct option to take. Yeah, LA Noir. There's a scene where you can accuse some mob boss of, you like fucking little boys. Like this guy, he picked the wrong option basically. He tried to be going against like Valdez, and that's not what you're supposed to be doing.
It was justified on my end. You know, I mean, if you literally your podcast exists and your entire website exists to talk about drama on the internet, and I have the most active thread on Kiwi Farms.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything. Just because you have the most active thread on Kiwi Farms, if you are in the midst of drama and your audience is currently pulling itself apart and you're getting pissed off about it and you constantly crash out about it, then you call the owner of Kiwi Farms a pedophile, that is drama. Like, it doesn't matter if you have the most best thread in the fucking world. There are people that are going to take umbrage with that.
5 minutes to just look up what the drama was about.
I tried. Even now, I still don't understand it. I read through the OP and everything. My understanding is that he's having like a fan revolt, in part because of the child belly people, and then also because of his appearance with a VTuber that he apparently had disavowed in the past, and it's causing like a conflict. And now he's like really resentful that his audience is not like keeping it on lock and supporting.
Yes, because that's all. He gets pissed off anytime people aren't immediately 100% on his side. This has happened multiple times. He can't take a nuanced approach to things. It has to be the ultimate extreme every single time, no fucking quarter. That is his problem. And that is why people make fun of him. That is why people talk about him as a fucking cow, as somebody that shouldn't be taken seriously, because he is a retard. He does this shit now. Sure, maybe he did it back in the day for the lulz, but now he takes it seriously because he has cultivated an audience of people that take it seriously. He's the one that fucked up.
Like you would hope for.
You know what I mean? Like, again, I overreacted. I shouldn't have said what I said. But do I need to explain like what the issue is? It's kind of ridiculous, don't you think?
Yeah. How about that? How about this? Instead of calling me a pedophile as your immediate reaction, why don't you explain what the fuck is happening in a language I can understand? So after this, by the way, he sent me an email, and I didn't.
This is amazing. This email is so good.
Post this first. I thought it was inconsequential, but I'll read it because apparently this is if Saberspark gets an S, this is an F. So he contacts me and says, "Normally I would never do this, but I'd like to apologize for my behavior on stream yesterday.
At least he apologized to Null directly. I could give that much to him. Still not going to be helpful, but he, at least he apologized, I guess. But the public statement, however, is not the same in the beginning as it is in this email, but okay.
Where there's no excuse for calling you a pedophile and saying that you want to fuck little boys." Yeah, there's not. So clearly, I'm overreacting because of the other drama related to my channel. As for Ranger Boo's comments, I didn't actually believe them, which is why I was hesitant to comment on her super chat, but you did it anyways. If you're not sure, if someone super chats me to say like,
wait a minute, he said what?
Overreacting because of the other drama related to my channel. As for Ranger Boo's comments, I didn't actually believe them, which is why
you didn't actually believe them. Then why did you crash out and call Null a pedophile then? What is the point of doing that? If you didn't believe the $1 super chat, why would you respond in such a vitriolic manner and immediately jump to this guy's a pedophile? Why would you do that? If you didn't believe it, you wouldn't have read it and crashed out. You'd been like, oh, well, I guess I'm going to have to check out what Null said. That sounds crazy. I can't believe he said that. Like, versus, yeah, Null does this. Like, one reaction is not like the other.
I was hesitant to comment on her super chat, but you did it anyways. If you're not sure, if someone super chats me to say like, XYZ is a pedophile, I don't think I'll read that. Like, I don't think I would read that, or I'd read it verbatim. I wouldn't just like agree with it. Okay, so that's the paragraph. And then apparently the rest of this is irrelevant as an apology, okay? The reason I was pissed is because my extremely parasocial fans exploded on me for being nice to a VTuber. That is literally it. I know it's not worth your time to go through them, but you can check the VODs and people have re-uploaded. My drama had nothing to do with lolicons, my opinion on drawings. People have informed me of your past as an HN mod, so I understand your personal disgust with the issue. That has nothing to do with me. My opinion on Lolly has been public for years. No, this is all because I felt remote.
It doesn't matter if your opinion on Lolly has been public for years. People are now paying attention to the opinion that has been public for years. And that feeds into the cycle of people finding out more and more and more and more and more crazy shit about you. More and more and more shit that people don't agree with you on. And figuring out, hey, this guy's actually a fucking loser. Like, it doesn't matter how long ago it was at this point. People are going to drag it up. When you do the lolicon argument, that shit follows you for the rest of your life. Let me see here. What was the other part? The whole like, oh, they hate me because they brought a VTuber on. Well, that's the community that you cultivated, buddy. I don't know what to tell
for being
you.
an asshole to a VTuber, Kirsha. Honestly, I can't get the fuck away from her at this point. Publicly, who I promised privately that I wouldn't do exactly that just 3 days prior. See, the issue is that Kirsha is like one of the it's like Chud adjacent, but is also independent. So there are chains on all the other VTubers, and they can't make appearances willy-nilly without agency approval. But Kirsha can do whatever the fuck she wants, and I guess because of the novelty of it, a lot of people like just invite her on, and then it becomes drama because it's like a whirlwind of
yeah, it's like literally just watching a man trip and constantly hit his face on a rake,
like fucking chaos around these people. That's literally it. I know it's not worth your time. Wait, that. Public Ali. Is that how you spell that? It's not just publicly. Public Ali. That is a typo. Okay.
Okay.
Who I had promised privately that I wouldn't do exactly that just 3 days prior. Yeah, I mean, when you go from I'll never ever talk to the anime girl on stream to here's the anime girl, I think she's pretty cool now. I imagine that some people are gonna get some whiplash from that shit. That's literally it. People blew up a simple ethical dilemma and some cringy words. I'm not sure if you've seen the whoa mama shit. It's the most active spread.
I love that he constantly tries to like downplay the drama that he puts himself in. Every time Synthetic Man picks a fight, starts drama, or is in drama, he always has to try and find a way to like downplay it instead of just being like, bro, I'm gonna move on from this. He can't let it go. He's got to do other shit. He's got to crash out on stream. He's got to argue with people in chat. He's got to argue with comments. He's got to talk about publicly on any platform he can. He has to email Null.
Kiwi Farms. My fans are fucking pathetic. I talked to Kirsha privately.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. certain somebody's very angry at his community and called them pathetic. If you're a Synthetic Man fan, you're considered pathetic. From the words of his own mouth. Ooh, that's not good. That's not good. If you're a fan of Synthetic Man, you're now considered pathetic by your favorite YouTuber. That's gotta sting, don't it?
About content creator related stuff, but I'm not delusional simp. I have no intentions to try and date her or whatever retarded shit people are saying. But I got doxxed by my own fans because they think I chose a woman over them. Yes, it's actually that fucking gay and retarded. For the record, I support the existence of Kiwi Farms. I'm not going to ask you to remove the info or anything. I know how this works. I won't waste any more of your time on my personal drama, especially when it's boring and blown out of proportion by bad actors. Just know that I'm sorry. Let my anger get the best of me. I said some stupid edgy shit like I always do. Me and you.
That's just, oh god, just straight keks, bro. Just straight keks.
Are actually pretty similar in our beliefs on a lot of things. We both had trainings try to shit in our lives. I'm not going to ask to show up on many for you to guess my podcast. I'm just interested in resolving the conflict. You know, as per usual, in my responses, I go down and think like a judge. Here's a tip. If you ever want me to respond to something in your email, make sure it's the very first thing that you write, because the chances are when I respond, I'm going to get to that, and I'm going to respond to that and nothing else, because that is simply my way of responding to things. And when
I love this. I won't waste more of your time with my personal drama, especially when it's boring and blown out of proportion by bad actors. It's always bad actors. It's never just like the actions of the individual and not recognize and refusing to recognize that his own community is turning against him because a significant group of his audience does not like this shit. It's always bad actors. It's never an introspective look. He's talking like Anissa. It's bad actors, bad actors, bad actors.
Apparently, it really, really drives people up the wall that I do this, but I'm like a judge, okay? I get to point one that...
I'm sorry, excuse me, what did you just tell me in chat? Anissa Jomha has a subreddit with 7 people, including Anissa and one dude posting. Anything funny on there?
Passes the sniff test, and that's where I'm putting my motion down, okay? So you better make sure that's the first fucking thing I see. My response saying, you have managed to get people to call me a gay pedophile involved in sex trafficking children in foreign countries, so I'm not particularly sympathetic.
Wait, what? You have managed what? You have managed to get people to call me a gay pedophile? I'm not calling Synthetic Man a pedophile. I am saying Synthetic Man argues like a pedophile would in regard to Lolicon. He is not a pedophile. There's no evidence of him jerking off to Lolicon. There's no evidence of him fucking children, okay? Involved with sex trafficking children in foreign countries. So I'm not particularly sympathetic, so that whole apology at the beginning is just gone now, huh?
My response saying, you have managed to get people to call me a gay pedophile involved in sex trafficking children in foreign countries, so I'm not
Oh, wait, no. That was Null emailing him back. Okay, my bad. That's Null responding to him. I thought that was a continuation of the email. Okay, so Null... My bad, I misread that. Okay, so that was Null's response. You've managed to get people to call me a gay pedophile involved in sex trafficking children in foreign countries. So I'm not particularly sympathetic. That is based by Null.
Particularly sympathetic. When she says, that can't be unusual for you by now.
Okay, so this is Synthetic Man's response to that.
What a line. What a line, buddy boy.
That can't be that unusual for you by now, lol. What? Dude, what? So Synthetic Man's just being like, well, bro, you get called this shit like all the time. You should just be used to it. Like, dude, you get called a fucking grifting retard and you crash out about it like every 12 minutes. Shouldn't you get used to it by now? Like, fucking Christ.
That's
Nothing interesting on Anissa's sub. Not even her OnlyFans.
There's just nothing interesting. I wouldn't want to see the OnlyFans. I'd rather kill myself.
You righted that ship, motherfucker. For what it's worth, I've never mentioned anything about sex trafficking. Those are just my psychotic parasocial fans and haters who are two sides of the same coin that I'm sure.
Wow, psychotic parasocial fans. Fans and haters are two sides of the same coin. Are they, though? Like, people that hate you, sure, you could call them, like, obsessive anti-fans. But like they're doing it to like fuck with you and like hate you. Okay. A fan is somebody that like actually gives a shit about your well-being and wants to see you succeed, and they watch you because they like you. They're not watching you to see your downfall, buddy. This is like a Wings of Redemption sort of argument back in the day. This is crazy. I'm not really asking for your sympathy, but if you like to make me an official if you like me to make an official statement on stream or something to that effect, I could do it. I might not seem like it, but I'm much more mature and stable person offline. Then why aren't you that when you're online? Here's my question. If you're a very mature and stable person, why not be mature and stable online as you are offline? Like, you could have fun. You could have, like, you could say edgy shit all day long, yada, yada, yada. But in the live streams, there's something weird about it. Anytime Synthetic Man gets any pressure about his public perception, it never ends well. It never ends well. You live at home and you're almost 30, dude. Like, you're not that well adjusted. Let's just be real here.
You already know. I'm not really asking for your sympathies, but I would like you to make an official statement on stream, or if you would, or something to that effect. I might not seem like it, but I'm a much more mature and stable person offline. I can run my mouth too much, I can trouble either way. I appreciate it. I don't know. I don't need like a response. Like, I'm not asking for like a retraction. It's just kind of like, what the fuck are you doing? Why would you do that? However, the response to this, which I wasn't expecting, is that a lot of people started making fun of his fans because he's obviously dumping ass on them. And in particular, Kobe Goldstein for 5.
No fucking way, dude. No way someone donated him money to talk about the email. What does the email say?
Sterling Pound says, sorry to bring the drama, but why did you call us pathetic in an email to Joshua Moon? You have a very dedicated fan base. I'm not trying to annoy you.
It's starting. Oh god, the domino effect is just getting worse by the minute. Oh, it's getting... Oh, the second domino fell. Oh no. Oh no, the second domino fell.
Coaxius wants him, a ban is incoming. Justin Jones says G-Tab. Andrew says, who? Fluffer says, oh boy. Otter says, you had it coming. Giga Doomer says, who is Josh Moon? Malazko says, lol the name. I guess at Goldstein. And then the chat summary is, viewers are discussing a recent...
You do realize, like, when people are super chatting you shit, like, that's a fan asking you, like, what's going on. Maybe sometimes a troll. But in Synthetic Man's case, I can't imagine that the majority of his audience are, like, just there to troll him and fuck with him. I can't imagine that. It's like, sure, there might be a contingent of them, but not to like a degree like Darkside Phil, you know? I'm more on the line that was like a legitimate super chat, like asking him what's going on. And they were like, what are you talking about? Because I assume that people that watch Mad at the Internet watch Synthetic Man. Like, I wouldn't be shocked by that within the context of like how they operate themselves, in the context of how they look at overall media in the United States. Not in the lolicon stuff, okay? Not in that whatsoever. What I am saying is like, oh, the DEI and all that shit. That's what I'm talking about. Maybe they don't. Maybe I'm totally wrong and that's just a troll chat. But I don't know. I kind of have a weird sneaking suspicion that people watch Synthetic Man, who watch Andy Pants, who watch Null, who watch Jim. All these guys kind of like have the same kind of roundabout audience.
Apology email from the streamer and their thoughts on the current minimum wage and cost of living. Some viewers are sharing their own experiences with earning money and living experiences. Okay.
All right, hold on.
He said he was sorry. Let's see what happens now.
Kobe Goldstein, thanks £5. Sorry to bring up drama. Why'd you call us pathetic in the email to Joshua Moon? Well, some of you are pathetic, let's be real. You have a very dedicated fan base. Yeah, and some are, and a significant number of you are dedicated to hating me now. Interesting. I'm not trying to annoy you.
Ooh. That's the DSP argument. He's on the first stage of Phil. Synthetic Man, you could still turn it around. You could still turn it around, bro. You're on the first stage. You're on the first stage. This is Dark Side Phil coded right here. Oh no. We're watching another Phil be born into the world. A video game channel, video game reviewer, says crazy shit. We're watching another Phil. All he has to do is beg for money now. All he has to do is beg for money now, and then boom. He's Darkside Phil too. He's Darkside Phil too. I kind of hope he doesn't turn it around either, so I can keep farming money off of him. It's fucking funny. I don't care to say that. Money's great, but like, I'm very honest about my opinions about why I do this shit. But like, come on, like, bro, you're sounding like Phil.
Well, I'm not surprised that faggot revealed the emails.
Oh, he's. Oh, now we've turned Null into the F slur. Got it.
Yeah.
Also, what did you expect? Here's my thing, right? What do you expect? What do you expect? Emailing the head of the largest drama gossip forum in the world that you and him are having a beef together. What did you expect that was going to happen? Did you think that Null was just going to be like, yeah, bro, I'll keep it private? Are you kidding? You called him a pedophile. How did you not think that this would not get leaked? How is it that the first thing optically, it's like, okay, listen, I know I'm in beef with Null right now. I'm just gonna email him. I know it's already going to be on the farms by tomorrow. Like, just fine, let it happen. Instead, he calls Null the F slur, like pretending like he didn't expect that to happen.
You know, he's a fat bitch.
Like, he's just like, oh, I'm not surprised. Yes, you are. You're surprised. The way you're responding tells me you're surprised.
Bitch and all that, who has a non-functioning penis, and that's his own. That's something he admitted.
I think that this guy.
Wait a minute. I heard
All he has to
I
do
heard
to
an
become
Ethan
gay
Ralph
is to
ism.
whack cough on the air and, oh no, I hope it's not
Dude,
Lonnie.
we just heard an Ethan Ralphism.
The emails, given that, you know, he's a fat bitch and all that, who has a non-functioning penis.
Now, that has been talked about. Okay, I'm not even going to pretend to cover that up. The thing is, though, is that anytime that people get into beef with Null, they end up becoming significant lol cows, okay? And one of them in particular is Ethan Oliver Ralph Raton of the illustrious Kill Stream. I can't do the PPP version of Ralph. It's impossible. But, like, anytime that Ralph gets mad at Null, if you know anything about the Ralph sphere of stuff, there are three things that Ralph does. Begs for Null's attention, then calls Null a pedophile, then says Null's dick doesn't work because he doesn't get pussy. Synthetic Man, after calling Null a fag, and then getting mad and raging out, and then saying Null's dick doesn't work. Doesn't that sound like a certain fucking
Hey, will
rage
Internet
pig?
Explorers be on iTunes? Would love to have it on my iPod.
I don't know. You gotta talk to Diesel. He's the one that manages this shit. I'm just the guy that shows up, bro.
And that's his own. That's something he admitted.
I think that this guy is a couple drinks away from being Ethan Ralph. You know, it may.
Null seeing it, bro. Null seeing it. No. It's happening. It's happening.
Be time to sacrifice Synthetic Man, Synthetic Chud Man, to the corn to appease the gods so that we can have a bountiful harvest.
The harvest has been declared, chat. The harvest has been declared. Did you hear that? The corn harvest has been declared. Like when Null called for the corn harvest of Ralph, Synthetic Man's harvest has been declared. Collect all the clips. Start making content. Get in now when you're going to be flamenco level of numbers when Ralph was crashing out. Synthetic Man's the next one up. The corn, chat. The harvest is upon us.
Because I'm getting some echoes of the past in these streams, where it's just kind of like, you know, if you have a self-preservation instinct, you should usually think before you speak. And I get a lot of shit for that. People say I talk so slow. It's like, well, I'm trying to think about what I'm saying. I am on stream. These things are being recorded. There are thousands of people listening to me talk. I better make sure that when I say something, I'm not going to instantly regret it and cause ripples of contempt and hatred that are going to echo.
Yeah, that's just straight up called optics, buddy.
Go back to me. So I don't know, buddy. Just from one internet guy to another, feels like a bad idea. I'm not saying that you can't pick a fight with me, but the way of going about it.
Oh, you can even see the chats corn curse, the corn curse. The corn time, baby. It's happening. The harvest will be bountiful.
Again, look at that. It's like, it's not my fault I called you a pedophile. I was simply reading a super chat and put no thought into it before I responded.
Suffer, synthetic man. Suffer.
Not my fault that I called you all retards and pathetic in my email. I just assumed it wouldn't be public. You know, it's like, that's not a valid excuse for doing that. You are talking about your fans like they're scum of the earth.
That is
maybe
true.
don't say that to people. And that's something.
Maybe don't try to say that privately and then obviously to the biggest head of the drama fucking farms. Hey, man, this will totally be private. How did you think about that? That's like the most retarded fucking thing imaginable. If I sent an email to Null, I am already anticipating that shit's going on the farms if I'm beefing with Null. Which I hope to never beef with Null. I'm solid, dude. I got no beef with Null.
That was offline, by the way. He says that he's just not good at thinking on his feet, which is a very, very important.
Well, hold on. Not thinking on his feet and then crafting an email to you are two totally different things, man. Two totally different things.
Skill for anybody who's live on anything, because there are times where you have to come up with reactions on the spot. It's part of the job, so you better be good at that skill. But that was an email. He wrote that in an email. He had time to sit down and think
okay, he gets it. He gets what
he had to say and how to compose his thoughts, how to organize his thoughts so that they were the most impactful, the most meaningful, and the most persuasive, and best representing his perspective and his thoughts and feelings. And he chose with all that benefit to how, when, and why, and where to say things, to say very specifically that his fans are fucking retards. So I guess it's true. I guess that's what he actually thinks. Because what else do I believe? That he made a mistake then when he wrote an email? He didn't have to write an email.
He wrote the email just to like basically the whole reason for the email, and we all know it, Null knows it. It's just to like placate the Kiwi Farms. It's literally just to placate it. To get them to stop looking into him. That's what this is. That is what this specific situation is a desperate, sad attempt by Synthetic Man to get Null off of his back. That is what it was. And he didn't expect that email to go public.
He is a big hypocrite. I used to watch him. Interesting. He's a React streamer. He just has to go whoa. I think he just has to go uh-oh based off what I've seen in his chat. I think that's what they're really looking for. Anyways, so that's the Synthetic Man drama. I hope I have covered this a little bit more.
All right, so Null did well here. I think Null handled himself well. You know, he's done this forever, so of course he's going to handle it well. I think Synthetic Man is just cooked. The harvest is upon us, chat. Can we get some corn in chat? Chat, can I see a bunch of corn in chat? It's time. It's time for the corn harvest. It's time, chat. It's time. It's time. Now, I don't know if I want to watch this because this video looks really
it becomes clear that nearly 4 years have elapsed, suggesting that
this looks terrible. I already don't want to watch this. What are the comments saying? Age like milk. Synth became the very thing he despised. Aged milk is called cheese, smart guy. This guy has to be a troll. I put as much effort in as you did. If can't do better, maybe go back to Reddit and earn more gold. Oh no. Wait a minute. This might actually be funny. This video might actually be funny. It might be funny. It might be funny. This Synth is aware of himself. Oh no, dude. He's way too normal to be considered a lol cow. Bro. I can't watch this. This is gonna be a shitty video. I can already tell. I'm not gonna watch this. This is so AIDS. I can already tell this is gonna be the ultimate glaze piece in human history. I don't want to watch this. I want to watch the Doodletones stuff. Let me pull that up real quick. How long is it? 36 minutes? All right. I only have so much time anyways. Okay, I only have so much time. Okay, please. 5 minutes. I will give it 5 minutes. 5 minutes. This is shit.
that do not. There are patterns woven into the fabric of history, rhythms that do not merely repeat.
Oh my god, this guy just sound. Oh god, He's one of these assholes that does like some sort of fucking like little story in the beginning, trying to like create some sort of allegory or a idea of like what kind of topic he's going to talk about. Holy shit. This sucks already. I hate it.
But unfold according to a providential design. To discern them requires more than casual observation. It demands a theological imagination, an
You already lost me at theological imagination. Guys, do I really have to watch this?
ability to see history itself as a theater where divine judgment and human striving meet. It is with this in mind that I return to an old lecture, one that might prove useful in tracking the upheavals of the past few years and in anticipating what is to come, particularly within the video game industry, a small but revealing battleground in the broader culture war. What is happening there is not unique. It is merely a
Anybody that is invested in the culture war and like actually believes that they need to take a side or like save the world or whatever, like, bruh, just stop. Both sides are just completely and utterly fucking insane, okay? You guys are not normal people. No one gives a fuck about the culture war outside of the internet. No one cares. People are working jobs, hoping not to get fucked on their taxes and all this shit. No one cares. No one fucking cares about the culture war, man. We already had Gamergate.
visible instance of a phenomenon that affects every institution under heaven. In recent days, I have been reminded of the work of Pastor Rich Bledsoe, who observed.
Can I
Why
not
does
watch
this
this?
sound like
He's
right-wing
referencing a
movie
fucking pastor, dude. He's referencing a pastor. Do I have to watch this? This is fucking AIDS, dude. Leon wants in. I'm getting a black guy to be the backup.
Why did he have game?
We
Why
have to
FMV
defeat
in
the
his computer
woke.
screen
Nah,
to play
dude,
Prey
we can't.
2006?
We gotta
Why?
defeat. It's coming.
It's
Oh
coming.
God, it's coming. Oh God, the message.
The message. The message. Check his community post. What's his community post saying? Hold on. TTD. Oh. Okay. Gamergate 2 in a nutshell. Is that who I think it is? That's Smash JT. Come on. No. She can fix that. This dude's a simp. I'm not going to watch the rest of this fucking video. Leon, look what's on my screen right now. Look what's on my fucking screen.
You're not sharing it.
Well, no, I'm talking. Oh, you're not watching the stream. Okay, so I just looked up his community post, so that's the first thing I see.
What's that? Let me hold on. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't want to watch this.
What are you talking about? We finally
I
have
don't wanna
a
watch it.
based. What do you kids call it? We got a based memer.
Yeah, whatever. Fun fact: Egad used to be Rusty Cheese Knife. He frequented Mauler's community long before EFAP. He got booted due to his one-sided parasocial friendship and culture war brain rot. Oh, that makes sense. See, now that makes sense.
What do you kids call it? This is based. This is what the culture war needs.
Yeah, the culture war needs like some kind of lizard person with the Iron Cross tattooed on their shoulder with an anime girl standing over him as a giant.
Yes. We have to defeat the woke.
I hate these people.
What are you talking about? They're based.
Dude, I hate all the leftists that do this shit. I hate the right that do this shit.
What
I
are
hate
you
all
talking
of you.
about?
I hate all of you. I hate all of you. Like significantly so.
Bro,
like just die.
You don't understand. They're taking entertainment back
No, they're
from
not.
the clutches of Hollyweird.
They're not taking it back. They're not taking it back. It's just not a thing. It's like not gonna
What are you
happen.
talking about? The Daily Wire is gonna make Lady Ballers too.
They're making Lady Ballers too. I heard that Michael Bay is directing Skibbity Toilet. Hollywood saved.
Did you hear that the Daily Wire wasted so much money on books?
Books?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. I don't even want to watch it. Wait, what is this? Much Ado, a Brianna Wu video? Oh no.
Suggesting that the internal drama which unfolded was not incidental, but it was inevitable, an organic outworking of patterns that govern human enterprises, however
This guy just talks like a fucking like Wikipedia article. It's just aggravating me. Like I hate this. Like what is he even saying?
small their stage. It
Hollywood
was perhaps
poisons
necessary that
alcohol
synthetic men endure a crucifixion of sorts, not by the hand of any one individual, but as part of a larger providential rhythm that demands the testing of anyone who rises to prominence. Such ordeals are not accidents, they are
Prominence. The dude has 150,000 subscribers.
That's prominence.
That's not prominence.
He's gonna be like Critical Drinker and make a movie that's shittier than the woke Hollywood.
Wait, also, EGAD is a militant extremist that desperately fawns for Synthetic Man, even stated he's willing to live with Synthetic Man to help him stop his degeneracy. I'm sorry, what? In this video, does he do that? Does he offer to move in with Synthetic Man to stop his Fuda cock obsession? No way.
Excuse me.
No way, dude. That's not a real thing. That can't be real.
Cause I'm a rider. Yeah.
written into the very fabric of maturation itself. With greater visibility came inevitable trials, phases of torment that Pastor Bledsoe so carefully describes. These afflictions, once the purview of physical institutions, now visit themselves upon the digital commons with no less ferocity. Synthetic Man was not spared. His path forward became a gauntlet of increasing opposition. Malign attacks from EFAP, eventually culminating in Dead Domain's attempted hit piece, strikes against his channel, and then a quiet blacklisting that rendered his very name unmentionable in many corners of YouTube, as though he
What? He's not blacklisted. I see his fucking videos get recommended constantly. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh my god, it's like that AIDS. I'm shadow banned. when
I'm
you only
shadow
post,
ban.
like,
He's
once a
shadow
month.
ban. I'm not even gonna. I
Oh.
don't even want to watch the first 10 minutes of him just glazing him. I want to see. There's a lot of glazing. We can just skip anywhere. We'll probably find random ass glazing. It was in the comments of one of his videos, I believe. Though I kind of think this 40-year-old failure. He's 40. This dude's 40 and doing this shit.
Imagine sucking dick at 40. Where's your pride?
Yeah, where is your pride? Sucking dick at 40 over a 20-something-year-old that's into Fuda cock art. Like, bruh.
were Voldemort in Rowling's Harry Potter series. And yet, remarkably, Synthetic Man endured. More than endured, he survived that 42-month curse. He emerged not unscathed, but stronger, tempered by the fires of trial as iron is made into steel. And indeed,
I hate this video.
What is this level of speaking?
It's proper English. It's a way for somebody to convey a very strong point in a way that paints a picture. And this guy's trying to paint a picture of Synthetic Man being some sort of indomitable figure that will never, no matter what, be shaken to his core and lose what he built himself up to be.
I have white fatigue because of this video.
I don't even know if this guy white.
if there is any single moment that crystallized Synthetic Man's survival, it is found in what many regard as his lowest point, the infamous Immortals of Avium stream. And there I need not repeat the specifics of what he said. The words themselves have been rehearsed often enough by critics and partisans alike. Yet there is a deeper
Is it when he talked about Fuda cock?
truth here, one that most overlook and fewer repeat.
It's over. It's
Yes,
over.
it is. Why are you showing the part where he brings up the Fuda cock? Why are you afraid? Is he going to show?
Soul survivor.
I want to see if he actually has Synthetic Man bring up the Fuda cock, because there's a whole section before this that he cut.
You guys gotta stop jerking off to porn. I'm a living example. My head only is filled with disgusting shit. The SB 2017 incident. Can we get an official segment? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's over. I'm never coming back from this one.
But it was not over. Whatever spirit had seized him, a spirit of despair perhaps, or simply the naked
A spirit of what? The spirit of despair. So Magic Chad like took him over? Is that kind of like what you're trying to say here? Are you saying like some kind of like spirit came in? Does he believe in like spirits and shit?
eruption of a wounded soul, has not departed, and its shadow continues to follow Synthetic Man even to this day. We must understand the context in which such moments arise, for we live within the most dysfunctional society in human history. A society estranged not merely from virtue, but from the very conditions that make virtue intelligible. Atomized, imprisoned within screens, denied the natural rhythms of embodied community, human beings have been reduced to solitary nodes of consumption and performance.
No, you just live that life. You actively keep staring into the void of it being that rather than trying to be the change. I have groups of friends, family, people that I care about that I see constantly. I'm never solitary. I have people in my life that care. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You're making a video glazing a guy that wants to suck trans cock. Like, and glazing him about it.
Relationships, when they persist at all, are rendered stunted, grotesque, and awkward, the brittle remains of what was once the living bone and flesh of society. But what is remarkable about Synthetic Man is not merely that he too suffers from dysfunction, because in that he is no different from the vast multitude.
What do you mean? Of course, he's a human being. Everyone has flaws. Like, why are you pointing it out like it's some sort of virtuous thing?
What sets him apart is the absence of the typical reflex to seek either approval or attention from his audience regarding his failings. He is
That's total bullshit. What are you talking about? He emailed Null recently. This video aged poorly. I don't even need to watch the rest of this. This video aged so poorly. Like, of the worst degree imaginable. He literally crashed out over one comment of somebody saying, yeah, you had like a libertarian approach to lolicon. And he crashed out and called Null a pedophile. This dude's crazy. Like, I can't... Chat, can I please move on? Don't make me watch any more of this. This video is maybe the worst thing I've ever witnessed in my entire life. I might save it for another time because I only have so much time on my stream today. Like... I kind of want to watch the Doodletone stuff, and Leon should get out for this because he's not going to like it.
Is this more art community shit? What is with... Where did you find this shit?
They constantly keep doing things, and I constantly keep laughing about it.
Your fucking algorithm is nothing but pedophiles. You are...
This isn't pedophiles. This is somebody coming up for pedophiles. And then bullying minors.
So pedophiles.
It's not. It's the people that cover for them, not the pedophiles.
So pedophiles.
No. Listen.
Oh, it's
I had my grifter fun. Now it's time for the ACC fun.
So is pedophiles.
Okay, dude. We're moving.
The topic is pedophiles.
It's not, but okay.
Chris, someone wants to ask you if you're going to watch Coily Does Things. They keep spamming that.
I don't know who the hell that is.
More
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know who the hell that is.
Can I ban them?
No.
Jew.
Why is KP gooning? I don't know why Lyo's name is that. All right, I'm gonna let you go.
You gonna let me go?
Yeah, I'm gonna let you go. Oh wow, crazy! I hung up on him. Oh, what? He thinks I'm coming back too. All right, because I have to edit this into two separate sections because we did the first part, did the synthetic bad stuff, and then this got recorded. So, Core, when you're editing this or confusing, please interlace the beginning of the stream talking about Doodletones and then skip to right here. All right, just pay attention to what I'm doing here, you tard nuggets. All right. Now, if you remember, in the beginning of this stream, because we had a lot of fun with Synthetic Man, Doodletones is currently in a lot of hot water, and a lot of members of the slideshow commentary community, which is essentially just our commentary. And I have been screaming from the rooftops forever that Doodletones is a snake. Doodletones is a loser. Doodletones is a liar. Doodletones will continuously and utterly fuck themselves at any chance that they possibly can. If you don't remember, go back to the beginning of the stream and read Lyo's post. Let's see the stage that just happened a few moments ago with Lyo Convoy leading the stage. And in said stage talks about the situation at hand with Doodletones. By the way, thank you, Goat Cato. And thank you, Ash, and everybody else that recorded this for me. You guys are awesome. Oh, there's a lot of people showing up. Jesus. I forgot how active fucking Lyo's server is. Okay. Can I skip? I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen to that.
Maybe my...
Oh, God.
A lot of people.
He's on his phone.
A lot of people are. Cool. Long ago, distant land. Oh, anyways. Okay, so what's actually been going on here
Why is there music, Goat?
is...
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't think there's anybody in this chat who doesn't know who Susie is, except for maybe my wife, because these are just internet people in her silly little phone. I saw that. So I'll just cut to the quick.
This is the problem when Lyo does these kinds of stages with his fucking phone. Lyo, please! When you are doing stuff, stop. When you are doing something like this, you need a clear microphone. I am begging you.
Sunday night, it was discovered that at one point, Susie had defended an individual who went by the name of George Raccoon previously. This was found out because Julie had mentioned this individual in her video on Avi. And apparently George had rebranded under the name of Horace Tome and tagged her on some fan art he did of her on Blue Sky. She recognized the style, wanted to know why this freak was still around, and found out that Susie did a video in 2021 defending him and claiming that George Raccoon, aka Horace, and he was here at one point, is not in fact a groomer because the children didn't set a barrier there or a boundary.
That's the defense. That's the defense. That's the defense Susie went with. That's the defense Doodletones went with. Yeah, you know, that guy that was like abusing kids, it's actually the kids' fault. They didn't say that they didn't want to get groomed. That is a crazy defense. Is that the defense that Susie made? Did I miss that?
In 2021, Style wanted to know why this freak was still around and found out that Susie did a video
No way.
in 2021
No way.
defending him and claiming that George Raccoon, aka Horace, and he was here at one point, is not in fact a groomer because the children didn't set a barrier there.
Oh, I heard it. I heard it right. I heard it right. I heard it right. That's really bad. That's really, 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 really bad. How did nobody pick up on what Doodletones was doing there? How did nobody pick up on that? How did everybody let this slide? I'm not blaming Lio, but like, how did the slideshow commentary community people let Doodletones get away with that?
Or about
Isn't that in a sense like the thing that art commentary community hates is victim blaming? Don't the art commentary community people and the SEC people and like absolutely hate the idea of victim blaming? Like a victim, like you know, they don't have to be the perfect victim no matter what, blah, 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 blah. Didn't they do that? And yet Susie got away with it.
boundary, and well, the art wasn't inherently sexual, even though
Yeah, I'm curious as well, Lago. That had to have slid it under the radar. That must have slid under the radar.
in both the Google
Well, I wouldn't say that. Hold on. I actually take that back. Because Akumu got a comment of Pondersprocket saying this under the unlisted video that is being mentioned by Lio. It's almost like a bunch of people who throw out serious accusations aren't actually qualified to make those accusations. So Pondersprocket, one of the biggest names in that community, saw the video.
doc that he released and other
Isn't Doodletones basically a literal who now? No. In my opinion, Doodletones is still here with us. They're just dead on the internet.
people have released, it's very clear that, and this is going to sound weird, okay, I get it, I don't understand.
They engaged in the don't embarrass the fandom thing where they tried to cope about their bad actors and tried to rehab them in an attempt to save face from the MLP community stuff.
Either. The point is, you don't draw children in your freaking fetishes, but apparently the little weirdo had a fetish.
Who would want to go through? Me, Waffles. Me. I've been right about Doodletones forever. I've been right forever. And I will continue to scream from the rooftops that I have been right forever. And this is my victory lap, bitch. This is my victory lap.
For disappearing acts with magic and with the outfit worn by Snow White. Now, I do not know why at any point none of this triggered Susie's Isn't Snow White 13 or That's really weird that he drew minors in this. It all came down to, well, the minors didn't set the boundary.
That is such an insane argument. There's this pedophile drawing artwork of children in scantily clad outfits and giving them to the minors and saying, oh, that's crazy. Like, you know, you look like this to me. And Susie's first response isn't like, oh, you're a pedophile. It's, oh, well, the minor didn't say no. Holy shit. There's no way, dude.
Now, that's damning enough. The other issue is the fact that the accusations that ran George/Horace out happened in 2019. Susie's video came out in 2021. There was ample time.
George got called out back in 2019 originally, apparently, and Susie got backlash on their take at the time, but worked to turn the community to their mindset when the video came out in 2021. That is crazy.
To research. There was ample time.
The thing is that Lio wasn't around during this time frame that I am aware of, and he probably wasn't paying attention. So I'll give Lio like some kind of like fucking grace on that.
To
Because Lio, when I was talking to him about it, he was just like, dude, like, I had no fucking idea. And I'm inclined to believe it. I don't believe Lio knew and, like, covered it up for Susie.
double check.
There's no way Lio would do that.
There was ample time to just use your gut-thing eyes and see what was actually in front of you. But instead of doing that, Susie spent the 2 years between the accusations and the video convincing people in her own spaces that Horace was not a groomer.
So Doodletones use their reputation. They use their reputation to try and change the public perspective and the community's perspective on a pedophile to try and get them involved in it. Or like to let it go. That's such that's such an abuse of power. Like, that's a crazy fucking thing to do. I literally cannot believe that that's even a thing that was brought up in conversation. I can't imagine that.
To the point to where he was eventually welcomed back in the community, and his own victims wound up apologizing to him because they were.
Susie's video got these kids to apologize to the pedophile? What? What?
Gaslit into thinking that, well, clearly I wasn't actually groomed because of what Susie said. And even in the comments of the video, one of the victims speaks out and gets dogged on by certain members of the community, such as, of course, Avi and a few other people.
Of course, Avi was downplaying that. Of course, Avi did that.
Now, the ones who are still around, with the exception of 1 or 2 people so far, have already apologized for this. Because, frankly, a problem in the audiences of any commentary space is people just listen to what's being said by the creator they like, as opposed to having any sort of, well, analytical skills themselves. Now, that's all bad enough, as it is, right?
That's fucking nuclear. That's like nuclear. That's like the worst thing to happen to Doodletones' reputation other than the diaper fetish shit. Which I still stand by that I do not care how long ago it was. The fact that they are in the diaper fetish roleplay needs them to be fucking excommunicated from the universe. We need to launch them on a rocket and shoot them out of the fucking galaxy, dude.
Unfortunately, it gets worse. So, because of Susie's monumental screw-up, I demanded that she hand over to me her server, the Cloud Palace.
Of course, Lio's got to be demanding in something.
Now,
sorry, buddy. I had to say it.
I had been in it in the past couple of months because I was planning on eventually auditing the thing as a whole because she wanted to address all of her wrongdoings, and I figured what better way than to start with her own personal server. I hadn't had time.
Okay, Ash just sent me something from the op block. Lio shows this at 8 minutes in. Time diapers. Behold, from the creator of the D diaper. Doodle Diapers Inc. brings you Time Diaper. Just think about an age and you will become it. And that whole cope about you shouldn't be mad about Doodletones RPing as a diaper fetish lover is completely blown out of the water. This whole like, oh, they were engaging in age regression role play, but they were groomed into it. Yeah, this is bullshit. That whole thing's bullshit. It's all bullshit. Doodletones likes to roleplay as a child wearing diapers. As a fetish. Let's see here. With the only downside, you being a bedwetter. But for those who will play, that isn't a problem. Order. Start RPing now. Yes, just a retard. I would love those if you're not trolling me. That'd be great.
To dig into it. However, the people I did let in recently have, and only on the surface, only a little bit. And so far, what they have found is the following. Allowing children into threads talking about freaks and weirdos that they should never have had access to. Actively planning and dunking on literal children and putting them on the same level as adults in both video making and cognitive skills. And other deranged behavior and statements not only allowed by Susie, which would have been a different ball in it itself, but encouraged and perpetrated by her and other members as well. And we've gotten to the point where we've also come to the conclusion that there was an individual in these spaces who went by the name of Ray Kohai, Rachel, whatever stupid name is. I wish she'd perform a disappearing act permanently.
Okay. Okay, lie. Oh, okay, dude. Okay.
She was initially outed from the community for backbiting, talking trash behind the scenes.
Oh God, so horrible. Trash talking behind the scenes. This is crazy. Why do they need to be ejected from life though?
And having a, and I quote, cult of personality, which, you know, I can understand not wanting somebody like that in your spaces. However, when people in her circle came forward about being groomed by other individuals.
What the fuck? What is with all the grooming?
Susie's crew decided they weren't valid victims because, well, I don't like these kids because they're hanging around Ray Kohai.
Wait a minute. Hold on. So because these kids were fans of a creator that Susie and these creators didn't like, they didn't try to help the kids. They said they rather let these kids continue to be fucking abused than do anything about it. Oh my God. What the fuck is going on? How old is Doodletones again? How old's Doodletones? How old is Doodles? 27? This is back in 2019?
Bro, why is everyone in this community a broom?
They were in their 20s.
Seriously, dang near everyone is just sweeping for creeps. Skull emoji.
There is no fucking way that this just happened. This is not happening. This is not happening. This is the FCK all over again, but Doodletones version. Oh my God.
Keep in mind, this is before people found out that Ray herself was a groomer. That's where the priorities of the community were. And it's getting worse the more it's looked into. So, the sheer amount of stupid and vile, malicious behavior that has been enabled is causing a lot of issues here. Thankfully, a lot of the people who were the worst at it have been run off. Yoon has been caught being an absolute scumbag, obviously. But it's gotten to the point where this has become a massive community issue. And the ultimatum from my end is adapt or die. Either something needs to change very quickly.
No, this no. It's not a change that needs to be made, Lyle. There's total art commentary death, total ACC death, total SCC death, complete and utter destruction. We need a napalm to be dropped on this entire community and burn it to the fucking ground. Because holy shit, if Doodletones was doing this and other creators were doing this, this is seriously one of the most deranged fucking things I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, I feel terrible for these fucking kids. Like, genuinely, I feel horrible for them. But also, fuck Doodletones.
Drastically, or the community's getting nuked and I'm going to start it myself.
Don't start Lio, no. No more starting communities with you. No more starting communities. You need to don't be in charge of communities, buddy, please. I'm begging you. It's just not a good idea. Have your Discord. Do what you will. I have a members only one. Nothing goes on in there, which is awesome. But like, fucking Christ. If someone came to me in my Discord server and said the words, hey, there's this guy being creepy to me, I'm banning you. I don't care how much money you've donated to me. You're being fucking banned. This is disgusting. Like, this is horrid. Like, I can't imagine where we're at right now.
Now, Julie has the exact same fire because she's the one that dug into and found all this stuff out about Susie and confronted her in call. But I'm done.
Yes!
I am done with people trying to act like they care about people or children or whatever.
This is my influence. No, I'm kidding. Lyle's actually growing and changing and learning that he should just fucking hate all of these people and he shouldn't put himself on the sword for anybody. Like, this is literally the situation we're facing here, is that call exists. Yes, they're dropping it on the weekend, apparently. So I'm really happy that Lio recognizes the thing that multiple of us brought up during his drama and the shit he needs to do. And he is now, like, recognizing it. Like, it's hitting him like a ton of bricks. Because you have the Heaton stuff and the Susie stuff that he now has to combat with and understand that people that were shitting on them were totally right.
And then I find out this is how they've been acting. And magically kept it to themselves. Because, see, one thing that Susie was saying was, well, the reason why I handled it this way is because of the false doctor accusations at the time. And, you know, if Susie had put her video out in 2019, I might have bought that.
I still wouldn't have bought it. That's total bullshit. Just because they had a situation with them and Spockter and being upset over the Spockter stuff doesn't give them the right to start crashing out over other shit that is incredibly important.
I might have given that credence. She spent 2 years. I don't buy we were hesitant because Spockter after 2 years. I'm sorry, I don't. I just don't. The truth of the matter is, if you're hesitant because of false accusations at one point, that should make you double-check everything, triple-check it, quadruple-check it. This is egregious. It is vile. And it is now opening up the fact that a lot of children were failed in this community.
It's fucking terrible.
In fact, in one specific conversation, it didn't happen in Cloud Palace, but in another commentary space, where Lin at 15, all right, it's talking about literal.
Oh God, do I really have to defend Lin here? Yep, I'm gonna have to.
Child did a video they didn't like, and instead of just having a conversation, they were in back rooms talking trash and hoping that it would get the attention of someone like Medicare.
I don't really care if people shit talk behind the scenes. I can't give a fuck. Like, I literally can't. I can't give a fuck. Man, I really hate this person. I hope that they get fucking blasted one day. Yeah, okay. So what? I've done the same thing. Everybody's fucking done it before. The problem that we're having here is that a group of people were actively trying to cover up 100% what they knew to be a grooming pedophile and multiple grooming pedophiles, and actually sabotage the stories of these kids when there was proof showing that this person was a pedophile. This is fucking insane. Like,
now, Susie here has gone on multiple times talking about how her run-in with Medicare caused problems.
Oh my God. Susie was the one saying, I hope Medicare finds you. I remember when Doodletones would be like, oh, the Medicare stuff fucked up my mental health. The Medicare stuff made me feel like shit. I got shit forever because of Mr. Medicare. Notice how it isn't brought up Jar once. Jar taking whole fucking swaps of, like, credit for taking down Doodletones is bullshit. It was Jim. But, like, bruh, this is crazy. This is crazy. I can't. What the fuck is happening?
How she got doxxed over it, yada yada. We're finding some of that's not accurate either.
Wait, was Doodletones not doxxed? Was Doodletones lying about the Sweetie Squad doxing them? No way, dude. No way.
Apparently, she left her information laying around. And the thing that people give her the most grief for is the diaper stuff, right? Well,
yes. Let's. My favorite topic of conversation shitting on Doodletones is the fact that they're into diaper fetish roleplay.
Yeah, haha, call her Doodle Diapers. And Susie's been going on saying, well, you know, Doodle Diapers, that's a name they gave me to harass me. Yeah, I found out that's not true either. Check chat. Oh. Yeah, she gave it to herself in 2014.
That's what it is? I thought that... Wait! That was pre-Medicare? This is pre-Medicare?
Doodle's lying. I never saw that coming.
Dude. This is pre-gym. They called themselves Doodle Diapers pre-gym. Oh! It's over. It's so over. All that whining, that crying about a Kumu, making up lies about the Doodletone stuff, all this bullshit. Oh my God! It's real! I knew it! I knew it. I knew it. And this stupid fucking community refused to do anything about it.
This is sourced directly, and I've seen the link. I've followed it. I've looked into it. This is from her original DeviantArt account. Now, I'm not going to say
there's no grooming. Now the thing is that the grooming might not be real. I want to hear what Lio has to say.
that the way Susie was treated was still correct, obviously.
Oh, come on.
I'm not. But everything Susie has said now about just about anything now is under question. Because you see, I can understand not always minding your P's and Q's around kids. It's one.
I'm curious. I don't believe. So wait a minute. So Susie said that they were groomed in the diaper fetish stuff. Okay, fair enough. We don't have direct evidence that Susie's that Susie wasn't groomed in that behavior. But the thing is that they continued that behavior knowing that it was a negative behavior. So that hasn't changed for me. None of that's changed for me. All we know now is that Doodletones was completely lying about how they got the nickname Doodle Diapers, how they lied about Jim potentially doxing them, or Jim's community doxing them. This is literally just a gaslight of the highest order that Susie's been doing for a decade. A decade. Livy, you literally suicide baiting people and try to gaslight everyone. Who? Who the fuck is Livy? Who's trying to do suicide baiting in my chat right now? Who's doing it?
Popcorn emoji.
Who's doing it? Who is that, Ace? You know me.
One thing, even when I didn't have Senate and we allowed kids in to some point, we struggled with certain people not minding their P's and Q's.
Soul Livy, Chris? I don't know who that is. I don't know who Soul Livy is. I don't know who that is. Oh, I'm disgusted I ever associated with her in her community. Who are you, person? Who are you? Let's go to channel activity real quick. Oh, 1.2K subs. And you continue to associate with Doodles with everything that was going on. On top of that, with all the public shit that was already there, you continue to associate with them. Are you a retard?
And that's why some people got banned, flatly. And to an extent,
flatly,
maybe I could understand.
Not the flatly I know.
About their involvement and failure in the FCK. But
I left in September of 2024. What about all the years that Doodle's shit's been public? All the diaper fetish stuff. You guys stuck by him during that?
All this combined, I don't know if...
What the fuck is this and how exactly are diapers involved? So Doodletones was caught on DeviantArt role-playing as a diaper fetish fucking role player.
Is awful human being
they love talking about being a child and wearing diapers and like all that shit. Like I am totally fine with kink shaming. It's awesome. I think it's awesome. You need to shame kinks, bro. But like Doodles got caught doing that, then lied about it, then said that their groomer got them into it. Then when they got caught about that stuff, they turned around and said, well, I'm not doing it anymore, and then got caught doing it still.
I can believe anything she says at this point, because there is now a repeated pattern of behavior of her willfully not picking up what is being put in front of her, instead opting for the path of least resistance. And part of the community as a whole, not just the SEC, but also ACC and general commentary, is you can't just ignore awful things. You have to confront them. And sometimes...
well, if it's involving your community and you know shit, then yeah, I agree with that. You should talk about it and confront it. But if it has nothing to do with you whatsoever, you don't have an obligation. Unless someone comes to you and says, hey, there's a pedophile and I have proof, and they give you the proof, take it to the cops, and if the cops are struggling to do anything about it, publicly platform the allegation and then just get over it. Don't investigate deeper than that. Just say, hey, there's this guy. Here's the evidence. It is concrete. I triple checked it myself, and then move on with your day. You don't need to do anything different.
You have to meticulously pick them apart.
H, I don't know who the fuck Cooley does things is. I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know what's going on here. Let me pull up this fucking YouTube channel. Like I should give a shit so you can stop screaming in chat before I ban you. Oh. 836K. Okay, maybe in the future. I don't know who they are.
I mean, sometimes you just got to beat them to death. This was the latter.
Why derail into this? Because the Creepshow art drama happened. The reason that art commentary became where it is today is because of essentially the Creepshow art drama and like how big that got and how many eyes were on it. And Creepshow was somebody that would, you know, fight with other commentators. So everybody just keeps building up to that, and then things get more and more progressive as it goes, and then bam, next thing you know, the next art commentator is like a pedophile or like doing horrible shit behind the scenes, just like Creepshow art did. I'm not saying Creepshow art was a pedophile, but like I'm saying, like the degrees of craziness keep going and going and going, and then a whole community was based around like calling out other art commentators. Yeah, actually, you're right, Noid. I would put it back to Toby. Toby was where it all started. The Toby drama is where it started. The Madame Toby stuff is where it really kicked off.
George Raccoon should have stayed, ran out of the community, because on top of all this, he let him cry about this in his own thread for 3 or 4 years after all this.
Glad be watching this, to be honest. The Toby drama is so interesting. Toby is a freak.
Well, I was falsely accused. Susie cleared me. No. Susie went to bat for a freak, and I still don't know why.
Because birds of a feather flock together. Birds of a feather flock together. That's not me calling Doodletones a pedophile, by the way. That's me calling Doodletones an individual that is willing to cover up degenerate shit like their own stuff and then feel sympathetic to other people and look past all the most blatant red flags imaginable. God.
I don't know how Susie looked at all that data and said, yes, he is innocent. Because in the call we had, she said, well, I thought grooming was a specialized or specified thing. And to her case, that can be true. Except for the fact that this guy admitted, I chose these children, and it was specifically for my fetish. I don't know how much more.
I told you I'd get it recorded. Thank you, Lio. Thank you. Because I was doing the synthetic man stuff, and I'm like, you know what? I really want to listen to this.
Specific? You need to get, frankly, I don't know if in Susie's.
Lio, I'm just going to ask you directly at this point, because I feel like I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off. I don't believe the whole, like, I was groomed into the diaper fetish stuff. I don't believe it anymore. And you know me, even when they did say that, I didn't care because they continued on with the fetish at the time and kept being shitty about it and kept lying about continuing the fetish. Can we just be real here? Can we just be real? Like, I don't believe it now. With the amount of lying that Doodletones has done, I can't believe anything out of their mouth. Like the whole like idea that Jim's community doxed them when their name was public. Like, I just don't believe it. Like, I don't. Okay, we're on the same page then.
Weird mind, the guy had to say, yes, I want to meet up at your house. Meet me at this time. I don't know how far that went. There's still a lot of questions we have, but the server audit is going to take quite a bit of time. It's been around at least since 2017, 2018, and while
you get to the name part yet, that's going to blow your mind. I got to this. I was very, very, very shocked that Doodletones lied about this. I shouldn't be shocked. Doodletones has been a liar forever, bro. Like, I shouldn't be shocked. I kept screaming at you and your community that Doodletones is a lying fucking snake piece of garbage. And people were like, oh, Susie's just misunderstood. Oh, Susie's just this. Oh, Susie went through this. Oh, Susie got shit on by Medicare. Blah, 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 blah. That's what I kept getting. That's what I kept getting from all the retards that kept trying to come out and defend Doodletones. And I was fucking right. And I love it. Again. I'm like 12-0 on fucking retards.
had at max
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't do the whole like fucking nasally mosquito voice Doodletones can do.
at any point, apparently 50 members at any time. Oh my God, these people
Medicare did not make them a PDF. Medicare never called them a PDF.
wouldn't shut up. And even worse is there are multiple not safe for work rooms there. I don't know what was posted when.
There's not safe for work where? Huh?
We have, but the server audit is going to take quite a bit of time. It's been around at least since 2017, 2018, and while it had at max at any point apparently 50 members at any time, oh my God, these people wouldn't shut up.
50 people in a Discord server. It's going to take days to go through it. The Cloud Palace. So we have another FCK situation happening, hopefully minus the children. Like, Christ. Like, oh, great.
And even worse is there are multiple not safe for work rooms there.
Oh, no. Oh, fucking no. No more. No more Sandy Cockvor. No more.
I don't know what
It's in his phone, Karma.
was posted when. I'm gonna have to try to help get somebody who knows metadata.
Sai, I swear to God, if you and Lio start doing a shit flinging fest in my fucking chat right now, I'm dragging you both on here to work your shit out, and I don't give a fuck what happens, because you guys are both pissing me off.
To come in and look at this sucker, because I wouldn't be surprised now if children were involved in these conversations in rooms either. So it's an entire mess. I hate it, but it needs to be done, and it's better to clear out this septic wound than to let it continue
I ain't doing that. Good. I didn't want to invite
to
it.
fester and hurt more people.
That's my warning.
At this point, we're going to be trying to figure out how to determine if other things have been hidden, overlooked, or beaten out of the way, because I guess some adults can't be adults. And go from there and...
No, Lio, you know this. You know this. And I know Lio's in chat. He's going to hear this. Listen. This entire community is run by, and I'm going to repeat it, mentally ill, emotionally stunted, arrested development artists that all got big egos because they have a couple of thousand subscribers. Nobody in this community is a fucking adult. Nobody. Not a single fucking person. You're all retarded children.
hopefully we can help clear up things and bring people some peace. Because, good God, this is so ugly.
Nah, shut up. It's mostly in the art. The biggest problem is the art community right now. You guys have a problem.
And stupid that it never needed to be.
You guys have an epidemic. We have problems. You have an epidemic.
If people just, I don't know, grew up a little bit.
That's literally what ACC is, Sai. Like, what are you talking about?
Frankly, because one of the problems here.
I don't draw art. I just call people retarded and slurs all day long. I ain't a part of ACC.
Here, personal pet peeve, looking through these doggone logs, everybody and their mom had super obsessive triggers, so there's entire conversations that are just...
Obsessive triggers. Wait, Lio, did they talk about me in there? Please say yes. Was it active until, like, 2025? Was it active until 2025? Please tell me I am in the Cloud Palace and that it's just me and Beckett laughing at Doodletones' fetish. You're just personally smart enough to stay away from it. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, like go look. I want to see if Doodles is mad at me and Beckett.
Spoiler text. What is it for? Well, a name was said I didn't like. I'm just going to say it here, and I know sometimes the server gets grief for being soft. If a single name makes you lose your mind to the point of an actual panic, brother, log off and get help. You don't need to be online.
That's crazy coming from Lio after a year, bro. That's crazy.
I'm not even.
You know, before I'd be like, Lio, shut the fuck up. Like it's a little bit better, little bit.
Joking. I'm deadly serious. It has been ridiculous.
No mentions of me. Fuck. What about Beckett? I'm having a main character syndrome moment right now. I need to know if Doodletones hated me.
To be clear, Fairweather, I don't know and I don't care because she's not going to be around at all. We at one point have scheduled one more conversation with her because
no Beckett either. Damn, this sucks.
We have other questions we want to try to get answered. And then...
Sai, you're so behind on the Lio shit. That is such an old joke, bro. It's a funny joke, but it's an old one.
She will be gone. I am currently the only person to my knowledge that has any connection with her because there are things I need to get from her, and that's it. I don't want to see her online. I don't want to talk to her.
Keep in mind, server became inactive a year ago, and no one was in it. Gotcha.
I don't want any aspect of ever having to reach out to her. She has done so much damage all the time in Cloak and Dagger, in other calls where I've helped her clean up her community.
I've told you, bro. Like, when me and Lyle became cool, bro. I'm actually mentioned to that server more than Akumu. So wait a minute. So okay, where was I? I totally just lost my train of thought there. I just read that.
That has any connection with her, because there are things I need to get from her, and that's it. I don't want to see her online. I don't want to talk to her. I don't want any aspect of ever having to reach out to her.
Finally,
she has done so much damage.
Oh yeah, this is what I was gonna say. I've been screaming from the rooftops at Beckett and Gilded Poo and Akumu and other people that weren't wrapped up in like the retarded aspects of this community. Screaming from the rooftops. Doodletones is a piece of garbage. Doodletones is a snake. Doodletones is a liar. Doodletones treats people like shit. And we've said it like 1,000 fucking times, and everyone's like, oh, Susie went through such hardships. Yeah, nobody gives a fuck now.
All the time. In Cloak and Dagger, in other calls where I've helped her clean up her community, knowing full well in the back of her mind she pulled this stunt and said nothing. I can understand people trying to own their crap. I can. But this is a bit beyond that. Look, I'm not going to pretend like I've always been the best. We all know
Saying
that.
and having hard evidence are two different things. True. But it was obvious from the public actions of how Doodletones operated. Let me just be real with you, dude. Can we just be real? If you look back on the public actions and how Doodletones treated others and how they handled their own dramas, can you definitively say, can you not definitively say that Doodletones was definitely snaking shit publicly and just being degenerate fucking loser this entire time, even without direct evidence? I feel like there was enough for me to work with. You rated Tyler. Tyler.
Rosa calls good example about the.
Sorry, I can't. Seeing that made me laugh. I also don't. I don't let my raids go with like anybody. It's selective. I have specific people that are allowed to raid me due to issues that happened about 2 years ago.
The way I treated Jibs was
her A-loggers even missed this video. You say there was enough, but nothing really produced to me. That's fine, but I'm just saying it was there. It was there in the ether. You could just tell from the vibe. You could tell from the vibe that she was a shitty person, or he, or whatever the fuck their pronouns are with that mosquito-ass voice. Let's be real here, okay? Vibes. I hated them because of how they operated publicly. It's really all I needed. Didn't even need this video covering up for a groomer. I hated them from day one.
Excellent example. Sometimes I needed to get smacked.
I'll summon the wolves. Shut the fuck up.
Back in the mouth.
Don't give people excuses.
But seriously, arguing for a groomer to come back, giving you space, I can't. I can't. And I'm done. I'm done. So her legacy is not going to end with she was asked to leave by victims. Her legacy is going to end with she covered for a groomer and weaseled him back into a community.
That's actually an amazing fucking... That's a mic drop moment right there. Lyle, this is where it should have ended. That's just mic drop moment. Like... That was... Holy shit! That was a mic drop. Dude, Susie's entire legacy was already mired in being a diaper fetish roleplay person and all this fucking bullshit. Oh, God. Holy fuck, man. Their reputation was already garbage. Now it's just like stamped fully on just bam, done, over.
And that's going to be the end of Susie's legacy online. She can get her GED and get a job. Because unfortunately...
Wait, she doesn't have a GED? She didn't finish school? She didn't finish school, dude. I'm fucking crying.
There's very little in the terms of legality that can be pushed here, so can't handle it from the legal perspective either. So far, now we don't know what we're going to find in her server because it's got over 100 doggone rooms in it.
Why do you need that many rooms for like a Discord server? It doesn't make any sense. Like mine is like, what is it? I got like the Academy chat, the members chat, and then the rest of it is just like only if you're a member. I don't need anything else. There's no like secret chats or anything. All right, here. I'm going to show you something. Here's a secret chat of mine. Active investigations. That chat is just me posting shit to cover. That is it. That's the only secret room. And it's just me posting like links to shit. One moment, gotta send you something. Okay. I'm interested. You've interested me. You've caught my interest. I'll wait. I'll wait. Oh, Lio sent me something. What is this?
The inn was surrounded by a thick forest, and there wasn't even a lane leading to it. The only way to find this inn...
Oh my god. All right, I'm going to download this so I can show... Can I show the chat this? Like the amount of rooms, Lio? Am I allowed to show this? I feel there's nothing being shown other than like the rooms.
The inn was surrounded...
All right, so Lio was listening to something like while he was scrolling through this, so I'm just going to mute it real quick. Oh my god. Oh my god. Smaller chat, big chat, bag chat too. What the fuck? Found material, group projects. Hold on. How many fucking voice chats do you need for a group of 50
she didn't
people?
Graduate. Why am I not shocked now? She won't make any money. Good riddance.
True. Thank you, Barry, for the 11 months. I'm okay. What is this? Bulletin board, resources, triggers list. Triggers list. Oh my god. Bot channel, admin chat, old polls, general A and general B. Why? That just sounds ominous to me. Smaller chat, smaller bag, smaller bag too. Editor corner, dream cloud. Can you give me that list, Lio, of like all the triggers, please? I just want to start saying all of them because I know Doodles is watching. I know they're watching. I want to go through the whole list and just say everything that they have a trigger with. But like, what is dream cloud? That doesn't sound too good to me. It actually sounds kind of ominous. This doesn't count the individual threads, by the way. Jesus Christ! How many threads can one fucking Discord have? Watch there be a tax file.
Watch there be a tax file chat.
No, I will not. She will not be. Don't think. Okay, none listed under her. Fair enough. Fair enough, Lio. Okay, fair enough. Community discussion, shills, scripts, found material, group projects, group station A, B, C, and D. Why? Why do you have this many voice chats? Drama and vent. I'm lazy. Do the work for me, lol. Art, music, movies, games, television. Oh my god. Oh my god. Not safe for work. That's never a good sign. That's never a good sign. Never a good sign when you see a not safe for work chat in a Discord. Never a good sign. Oh, that's not good. I don't know what's in there, but I can only imagine. Simp chat. Simp chat? Complaints department. General MC. Admin chat. Old. Husbando chat. Oh, no. Among Us. Among Us. Vibe room. Room for hipsters. Not safe for work men. Not safe for work women. Ooh, that's not good. No mic, general waifu chat, general GI, general D&D, lessons, general, Pokemon replays and shiz, stream text. No mic, D&D, another not safe for work. Another not safe for work. Text AC, text karaoke, stream call, open stream call, session, stream call 2, deck building. Okay. Dual room. Dual room? Open dual room. What the fuck is a dual room? Is that like retard court? Is that like what it is? You know what's funny? My Discord used to have a retard court, and I actually used it only one time. We're going on a bit of a side tangent. I only used my retard court one time, and it was for this. It was for this confrontation. It was when Izzy Tan, my mod, debated Jalen. You can literally hear me to come up.
All right, Niall, leave.
You can hear me. I used to have a retard chat.
I think you guys just need to fucking get it.
Yeah, I remember. If old heads in the Discord remember when we had Jalen in there to debate Izzy Tan, and then Nicholas Diorio came in and just started screaming at her. Old heads remember. I got rid of it. Tard Court was never used. There was no reason to have it. Let's see here. Gary's mod, online room 1, online room 2, VC, area 51, Jackbox, shush, they're sleeping. Okay. Archives, comm room, no mic, comm room, art room, general, old rules, old bulletin board. What the fuck? I'm fucking screaming. Yeah, Q remembers that. Q remembers that.
I play my spell card.
Okay, okay.
My turn.
Okay, dude. Commentary command. That's interesting. Why are there 4 of these? That's a lot. That's a lot of fucking... That's a lot of rooms for no reason. Like, a lot. Some of the threads. Okay, so Lio just sent me... Okay, Lio just sent me something else. Oh my god. There is so much within the individual threads. They have that many conversations within the individual threads? Hold on.
Diaper fetish everywhere thread.
Hold on. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This is the Not Safe for Work Cloud Palace. Let's read some of these. Doodles likes boobies too. Not safe for work men. Photo of the Kingpin. Not safe for work women. A photo of Samus. Not safe for work general. Waifu chat 2. Wholesome romantic debauchery. Husbando chat 2. Holy shit. Soul Vinny? Wait, isn't that the person that you guys were talking about in chat? Wasn't that the person in chat that Ace was like shitting on with Yen? Isn't that their name, or am I wrong? Yeah? Interesting. They chat. Dr. Crafty loves women. Hear me out. Not safe for work. Boner free zone. Okay. Saf's curse. Not safe for work. Tweets. NFSF horror. Donnie's not safe for work. Cursed questions. Share your art. Oh God.
I summon my monster EDP. Now go attack trap.
So yes, I'm very.
That's funny. I like your dodos, Yo-Yo. They're always funny. Oh God.
So many dang threads. It's like watching a restarted spider.
It is. It is like watching that. Also, guys, just as a reminder, we have 436 people here, but only 112 likes. Can we like the stream, please? If you hate Doodletones as much as I've had for the past, I don't know, 6 years, can you please like the stream? And if you want to take another step further, you could donate like the lovely people in chat so far. You become a member. It's only $2.99 a month. I made them cheap on purpose. This is my shill to you. Only shill of the stream.
Mentally well right now and not exactly at all exhausted. So yes, it has not been fun.
Wow, Xander. Oh, no! I know. Very Xander Hall. You guys, bro, you know what, Noid? You're not doing enough, Noid. You're not writing in chat enough. The engagement's really down on this video. I want Xander Hall to, like, stop streaming. I think it'd be, like, healthy for him, you know? Like, it'll maybe cure him of his AIDS.
Chris, I chooses you.
Okay, cool. Why is the room called KP Gooning? It's not called KP Gooning.
Yes, Hidden, I actually did mention it. You know, seriously, how do you look at a Snow White dress and the guy say it's a fetish and not think that dude's a freak? Not just because, look, thigh highs and short skirts all day long. I get that, but an outfit a 13-year-old wears, like, what is wrong with you? This feels like Homer trying to make that grill.
Okay, dude. Somebody said he sounds like Homer.
No.
Bro, you just got fucking owned in your own little rant, dude.
Oh.
You just got owned.
Feel like me trying to make that grill with super glue and duct tape. Oh, the thing is, the threads, there's also threads. There's also freaking threads. So it is worse. It is rooms and threads. I hate it here. I hate it here.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do a huge audit, bro. That sucks. Let me know how it goes so I could just leech off of the content, dude.
Yes, private and public. I don't, guys, I don't have full answers about the Cloud Palace. The server's massive. I have not dug through it. I can't by myself.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Somebody's got to help out Lio with that. That's fucking crazy. I'm not going to help. Thankfully, a lot of people are helping. That's great. Thank God, because I'm not going to fucking help. No. I'm not going to sit there and scroll through Doodletones' Discord server unless it's funny. Okay?
I can't. I just can't.
Ah!
And of course, this is what Thuman rises from her slumber to see. So, Thuman, how we were talking, maybe Susie could come back. Yeah, she can't now.
Wait, Thuman was talking about Susie coming back? Thuman! Where are you? Thuman, show yourself. I know you're watching. Show yourself, girl. Don't be afraid. I promise I'm not mad at you. I promise I'm not mad at you. Okay, I'm a little mad. Thuman. Why would you ever say that? Susie should never come back. Never. They shouldn't have even continued to be a content creator in the first place. Like, bruh. I wanted her to come back to make fun of her, okay? Not to come back and do the same shit that they were already doing. You know what I mean? Like, I did it because I wanted to bully Doodletones. You guys wanted Doodletones back because you felt like they could eventually make content again.
No, she needs to stay very far gone forever until the White Throne judgment stay gone.
Doodletones can still savage this. Are we doing the meme? Are we doing the Jar meme, Ace? Where everyone was like, bro, Jar should come back. He could totally beat this. Like, is that where we're at right now? Are we we've passed the Overton window of Jar making fun of Jar, that now we've moved to Susie Doodletones, dude. Come home, Doodletones. You can still survive. Doodletones, come back. You can make it.
You guys want me to also talk about Heaton, but like...
Yes, we need you to talk about Heaton.
There are things currently going on there.
I'm going to so much Bible in it. Oh, God, please don't put Bible verses in it. I'm begging you, man. The last guy that was doing Bible verses a few hours ago made me want to kill myself. Can you just do that for me? I respect your religion, brother, but like, fucking Christ, I don't want to listen to a Bible verse while people are making fun of a mosquito voice diaper fetish freak. It's like the last thing I want to hear is how Jesus would feel. God is not here. He's not among us. Not in this community. He's nowhere to be found.
And I'd rather not make any definitive public statements until data has been reached. With Susie, there's enough to condemn her forever at this point. So, how long will that be in video length? I need a rough estimate for how much this is now. I have no clue. I don't know. I'm going to be putting out some of the calls. Just essentially be a front runner for the video Chuli's planning on doing.
Yes!
Chuli's going to be more specific and in depth. I'm just essentially the appetizer on that one because I don't have.
Yeah, Lyle, you don't need to make the video. You have to have an outside party do it, and I'm glad Chuli is the one that's doing it. I'm really glad that Chuli is one of the ones to do it. You putting out the calls, perfectly fine. Perfectly fine.
I'm feelings for it. Chuli does. Chuli's going to get help with that. I'm just going to do what I can.
I respect Lyle's decision just to do the call drop. I respect that. People can hate Lyle all they want. I've seen some form of growth. I'll give him a pass on that. I'm glad he's just putting the call out. Just put the call out. I'm fucking glad that that Chuli is the one that's handling the actual video.
To my recollection, Susie's covering for Nezzy was in so much as my friend, and I wanted to believe them. Now, could that be a lie at this point? Yeah, probably. I don't know. I don't even know. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt, whether friend or enemy at this point, and yeah, Susie abused that clearly. And I actually can't even eat Red Lobster biscuits right now. Yeah, right. I take a step back. Maybe in this, I got a billion other things, but still, this is something that's going to take time. Okay, the thing is, if I say I'm gonna have to nuke a community, why in the world will I sit here and tell people the idea? I'd rather Amadeus them and implement it before they could have a chance to even stop it. Goofy question. Okay, I'm gonna be that guy. Although I do care for you quite a bit, Clown. I don't know. My focus isn't even on the diaper stuff. Like it never has been. But I did, again, I don't know if you're new to the call because I know you're at work, but we found out that Doodle Diapers was something she coined in 2014. It was not Medicare's crew who did it.
I just love that. I love that so much. I love that so much. I really do. It's great. I love the fact that Doodletones has been lying for a better part of a decade about this. I love it so much. I love it. I love it on every fucking fundamental level that they've lied about the Doodle diaper shit for fucking 10 years. That is so funny. That's like the best thing I've heard all year. Goat, you recognize when you come into my chat, people are going to make fun of you.
Fantastic. Brilliant. Love it here. There are 126 people here. Good Lord, you people need jobs.
Says the guy running a stage call. Like, what? Bro, you can't give me like easy dunks like that. You can't do it.
Chris's want marry Doodless, I ship it.
I want Doodles to be fucking launched out of a cannon into a fucking volcano, and I get to stand there and laugh while they burn to death. Like, what? I was done with work. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I will allow that. I love that so much. It's the funniest thing imaginable. It's the greatest thing I've seen all year.
And I'm sending something to somebody real quick. And I'm still being tagged.
You wake up at 3 a.m. for work and you're still up doing this shit? Bro, I would have passed out by the time I got home. You're out of your mind. Thank you for the 10 gifted members, advocate. Goated again.
Okie dokie. What did I get tagged in? Chat's going so fast.
Great. I see you, Thu. Is that Thuman? I see her. Great day for the unemployed. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. It's a great day for the employed like myself.
The diaper stuff shouldn't be a focus at all. However, it does give a bit of context to why she dismissed things she doesn't consider sexual. Thing is, about that, she can't even use that as an excuse here. Because in the freaking doc,
Lio, yes.
in both the victim's doc and the freak's doc, they both say this is sexual. So there is no wiggle room on that. None.
Yep, but their argumentation and the excuse for years is that Doodletones, because they were made fun of for their fetish shit, and that they are into diapers, and because their groomer got them into diaper fetish, they use that as a crux and a shield against criticism and the like when it comes to covering their drama. They would constantly bring up the fact that people made fun of their diaper fetish shit, constantly said it's horrible that people don't take me seriously because of that, or blah, 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 blah. They've done it forever. Forever.
None. Oh, God, the bird. I have been wanting to get the stinking video out for days, but I've been swamped.
I want the Heaton video. I want the Heaton video.
Okay, I will run this. I will run this through because Thuman is here, and I like Thuman. I will run this through again.
Lio respecting the voice of a black woman. Very progressive.
In 2019.
Thuman's great, though. I love Thuman. She's good people.
George.
She also made really great artwork. It's the 3rd tier members badge. I like Thuman's art. Thuman does good stuff.
Raccoon was exposed for grooming children via drawing them and incorporating them into his fetish work for art, including disappearing acts and Snow White's dress for whatever deranged reason. Somehow these were sexually exciting things for him. Susie found out about this, did not like it.
Okay, so the groomer drew children in Snow White's outfit, because the chat earlier was confused by that. I picked up on it, but I just want to clarify. So this guy who was trying to groom these kids was drawing them in Disney princess outfits in a sexual manner, and he would get off on that and send it to the kids. And Doodletones' response to that drama was, yeah, the kids didn't put up boundaries, and they accepted it. So that's on them. That was Doodletones' argument. Holy shit.
That it was being painted as grooming.
Also, Lio, could you send me the video of the defense? Because the archive that I keep getting linked is just completely broken.
God.
Oh, wait. Excuse me. Killjoy downloaded it. I actually have it.
And for 2 years.
Thank you, Killjoy.
Was gaslighting and convincing people that George was innocent, making it to where her inner circle was more cozied up to him and to the idea of him coming back. And did a video in 2021 where it essentially, the TLDR is, he's not a groomer because the victim didn't state a boundary. The literal child didn't state boundaries.
Because we're going to watch that after this.
And at that point, she let the freak into her direct spaces. He rebranded it under a new name. All of his victims apologized to him, and he was allowed to cry.
I literally can't get over the apology thing. I cannot believe that Doodletones' video and other coordinated efforts were enough to get these kids to apologize to somebody that sent them pornography, drawings of themselves to this I can't imagine that. That's fucking insanity to me.
Cry bitter baby rage tears about being accused for the past 4 years. And Susie, remembering and knowing this in the back of her mind the entire time I've been helping her route creeps out of her.
Watch this. Watch what Doodletones does when they come back and say, I don't remember. Watch them do that. Watch them do that. Watch them say, I didn't remember. It's been so long ago. I don't remember. Watch them do it. Watch them. Watch them. Friendly reminder that Doodletones, when asked about why there was porn in a server with minors by Akumu, simply responded with, that's just the environment Toasty created. Yep, true. I do remember that.
Community sat there like she had done nothing wrong. His new name is Horace Tomes. Now, Julie and I were...
Dude, she already tried. It's such... Doodletones has the most obvious playbook out of anyone in the world, and I can just ping it from a mile away.
We're supposed to confront him the past 2 nights. He has ran off, apparently. He will reappear at some point, in which case I have every plan in the world to bully the leaving daylights out of him. Let me see here.
Well,
who else can call? Need to make sure I'm not stepping over a certain toe. One moment. How do I do this?
I'm so sick of I don't remember. Yeah, that's called lying.
Okay.
That's called lying
I can't
to you,
do
Lyle.
something to somebody.
Whenever somebody, like, genuinely, every single time you confront them on something and you have them dead to rights on it and they just go, well, I don't remember. My memory's bad. You know, it's been like a year. You know, they're just lying to you. Just assume that they're lying to you. Like when people forget shit, okay, they do. But like in your case, Lyle, you have one too many people that have convenient amnesia around you.
Call.
I re-uploaded his commentary on Mr. Medicare. Funny. That's a great video where Doodletones tries to combat Mr. Medicare. It's such a shitty video.
I have no way PG of saying this, and there are people who have triggers, so I'm not going to say what I want to.
Oh God, just say it.
But anyways, do we have any questions right now? Because I know it said talking about Susie and Heaton, but like the Heaton stuff takes such a backstreet concerning all this other crap. Not that what she's done isn't horrible, like it is, but still.
Hello.
Lunchtime is whenever you choose it to be. The TLDR on Heaton is Heaton participated in the further victimization of 3 individuals because Chuli came out with reports about Fagos nonsense, and there's videos on that you can go check out, where Fagos manipulated, gaslit, lied to people, and convinced them that they were responsible for the death of a person who doesn't even exist because Fagos made up stories about themselves in order to...
Oh my God, I love the Fagos drama. Can I just be honest about that? I feel terrible for Chuli and Ponder and the rest of them, even though Ponder's on my sus radar right now. But like, again, but the idea that somebody lied about sexually assaulting 2 trans people that didn't exist and one of them killed themselves, and that person wasn't even real, to like guilt trip a bunch of kids into not covering their drama or like making them feel accountable is the most insane fucking thing I've ever heard. I can't get over that. I literally can't.
And I quote, cancel themselves. And menaced Chuli, who was a minor at the time, in calls and other ways to try to control the narrative. Chuli had enough at one point, did a video calling all this out, and you would assume this community, who cares so very much about victims, would rally behind Chuli and let her know it's going to be okay. No, they blame Chuli and dogpiled on Chuli because Chuli was just being, too mean to Fagos. What if Fagos kills themselves?
That'd be funny.
And?
Oh, it's so based. That's the most base shit imaginable. What if Fagos killed himself? Who cares? Who fucking cares? Like, if you lie about raping people and then guilt tripping a bunch of kids into thinking that they contributed to the suicide of somebody for 2 years, and then you consider suicide later when you get found out for lying, I have no problem if you take your own life. I have no problem with what Lio just said.
Threads were made. Chuli was
Uncle Jimbo exposes the great
isolated
and Susie.
Badgered every time it was brought up, and TLDR, Heaton didn't want to own it. And even when I was confronting Heaton trying to get...
Rape wasn't the claim. Wait, no, I know. He said that he sexually assaulted somebody, right? And then there was a part of it where they brought it up, they lied about it, and then there was a situation that happened that he told a story, and they lied to these girls saying that this fake person killed themselves and like held over their heads the person that killed themselves. That's what I remember. Sexual assault, not rape. I'm sorry. Sexual assault. Let me be fucking clear. Not actual rape, okay?
You know.
Sexual assault. Also bad.
Trying to get Heaton to own things and having that conversation, it came into, well, I'm going to kill myself. TLDR. At any topic of this conversation.
Yeah, and I got to leak all those DMs. They were funny. I felt bad for Lio. Like that conversation with Heaton like made me feel genuinely bad for Lio.
And it became a Peaches situation. And I'm not doing that anymore.
Based.
She has been running from this accountability for 4 years now. When she has been preaching accountability for years as well. Now, I know I preach about accountability too, but I'll own the crap I've done. Heaton has not wanted to, and I, for the life of me, can't understand why. It's not that difficult. I don't hold up. I tank through. And I'm sure I butchered that story, but I am exhausted. Now, do we have any actual questions?
Are we just doing questions
related
now?
to the subject?
Are we doing questions now?
Oh, her 9-hour video on NECA
Wait.
because it was related to the subject. But seriously, you needed to get that anger out because you've been holding it in way too long. All right, do we have any other questions? Is Susie private her videos? Because actually, no. I'll tell you why Susie privated her videos.
There we go.
Julie confronted Susie about her video, her 9-hour video on NECA because it was cataloging a lot of Neko's behavior when she was a child, and Julie thought that was out of pocket. And Susie
was
took from that,
child?
well, you can't talk about anyone who's wronged you, and just privated everything.
What the fuck? Gets criticized once, fucking dies. Susie lives that life, dude. Gets criticized once, kills themselves. Like every single time I hear something about that.
Guys, I don't know how many victims were affected. I can't tell you that. Too many. One's too many. Susie can't hide or cover anything up at this point because, again, where most of this happens, Cloud Palace, and I own it, and she's not in it anymore. Of course, there's a possibility of more guilty parties. That's what the audit's going to be for.
Oh, that's going to be interesting. Wonder who was in there.
Sorry, Moon. I am not rewinding it a third time. Somebody's got it recorded. I'm sure it'll be posted.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
Chef, why are you putting your tail in my face? What are you doing?
No, I did not give Cloud Palace to Akumu. Why would I give it to Akumu?
Yeah, give it to Akumu. Give it to Akumu. Give it to
DNA.
Akumu. Give it to Akumu. Give it to Akumu. Come on, buddy. Let Akumu have this victory lap. Give it to him. 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 Okay, listen. I am going to advocate for Akumu to be co-investigator on the Cloud Palace. One's in the chat if Akumu should be co-investigator in the Cloud Palace with Lio. Chat. One's in the chat if Akumu should be in there. He can't escape the art commentary community, dude. Akumu will be trapped here forever. He'll fucking die in this community. Honestly, I don't want to put him on that. Fair. It's funny. I'm joking. I'm literally joking. I'm joking.
Just like everybody else will. Thurman, I told you! Hurry! Oh my goodness, Thurman! We found out because Julie mentioned in her Avi video about George Raccoon, and Avi trying to say, well, he's not a pedophile, and because I do the same thing, and clearly I'm not one.
I talked to him. Yeah, I know you do.
Then later
tell him I said hi.
On this month, Julie got tagged in an art piece by Horace, who is George Raccoon. She recognized the art style and was befuddled at the fact that he was still around.
He outed himself? What? That's how you guys found out? The pedophile tagged Chuli. Chuli recognized the artwork? That's fucking crazy. What the fuck?
And got her answer by finding out about that video. Brother, what makes you think I've stayed calm? I'm just better at hiding it now.
Don't tell people that, Lyle.
This isn't Akuma's place. He'll find out when everybody else does, but I'm not gonna involve him in this to that degree. That wouldn't be right.
I can't wait.
Yes, and I'm not going to directly
I can't wait for Vlad to get his hands on it.
answer that right now, Platinum.
When Vlad gets his hands on it, it's gonna be a fucking mess.
Everybody who we have contact with, who is from the Cloud Palace, knows what's happened. Data spreads pretty quickly in this tiny little community. Look, I'm not the one you guys need to feel sorry for. Honestly, it's for the victims who have been forced to be quiet for 4 years because this little freak was let back in instead of being told to find a bridge and do his own disappearing act.
Chef, come on, what are you doing? Make up your mind, in or out? I know Dave's home, so you're all excited, but come on.
And there's more worse things. And yes, I've seen the group chat. I'm just...
Excuse me, Lio? The group chat? Excuse me? There's a group chat? So you're telling me that there's a Discord server of all this shit, and now there's a group chat. There's more. Oh, God. I need the group chat. I need the group chat. I need it. I need it. I can't wait to read it. I can't wait. Yes,
There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff. When we get some information out, I will decide who needs to be in there. What I'd like to get is people from our community and not, so it's not just purely biased parties.
The group chat is going to the server. It's
frankly.
Oh, okay.
At least this time we don't have to work with exports. We just have the whole server. And thankfully, Susie's so compulsive, she didn't delete anything.
That's even better.
I know, because when I hopped in the server, the first thing I checked was the audit log. Yes, you are. Yes, you are busy. Don't even.
Are we done?
Is that,
I think we're done. I think we're done.
I mean, I do like avocado.
Okay, I'm not going to listen to Lio talk about avocados. I'm not going to do that. I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. All right. Let's see this video that Doodletones did, because I am curious. I'm going to see if I could download it without crashing my stream. That would be awesome if I could do that without crashing stream. All right, Chef, stop. Yes, we have to. We have to cover it. And then I'm going to raid you guys into Augie after I'm done. It's 9 hours? No, it's not. The George video is not 9 hours. Here we are.
Hear me out. October 6th, 2019.
Gross. I'm hearing their voice again. Gross. Gross.
The ACC rabbit hole never ends.
Never. Never ends. It's gross. I don't even... I hate listening to Doodletones. I hate listening to Doodletones. I hate listening to Doodletones. Okay, guys. Just remember. Doodletones likes to use a mosquito microphone and a voice changer that makes them sound like there's some sort of retarded, like, Down syndrome mosquito. So just keep that in mind while we're going through this.
The slideshow commentary community was hit with a document posted by user Channel Gray, written by an ex-user Leo whatever, detailing their experience talking with ex-commentator George Raccoon. This experience, explaining how they felt groomed by George, was the first time in recent memory that the SCC ever dealt with an expose in a typical cancel culture way.
Cancel culture
Warning
way.
would have been nice.
Cancel culture way? What? It's a document about grooming. Like, I wouldn't really call it a cancer culture way. I would call it more on the lines of just like regular standard call-out document. I understand it was like back in the day, though, but Google Documents were happening like all the time. Like, I don't get it.
In retort, instead of defending himself, George left the internet, presumably admitting to his guilt, depending on who you ask.
Depending on who you ask? Let me read this. I deleted my YouTube account, deleted my Twitters. I protected my Twitter because I felt like people don't want to look at it, and upon my mom's request, I took down the major accounts. However, I realize that some will see this as me running away from my responsibility. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Even when some want me to withdraw from the internet entirely, or Charlie telling me to do a chemical castration. I'm not happy at myself for what I have caused. There is no defending myself. Bro, it's over.
Whoa!
You got the confession.
I like him. So it's okay, Doodletones.
Wait a minute.
Logic.
You got the confession right there. There's no defending myself. That's essentially an admission of, hey, I did this thing, don't defend me. And there's no point in beating myself up about it, even when it's really hard not to. The intention I had in mind between me and Leo was that I shared the videos because it looked like he was liking them. I didn't know that something was wrong with what I was doing until I was too late. This person was a minor and you were sharing degenerate pornography with them. You should have known immediately. This is the City Bear argument. This person is literally pulling a City Bear. There's no going back to fix it. What happened, happened. It's not good for me to shrug off something as big as that. Was what I did wrong? Absolutely. Another fucking admission of guilt right there. Another admission. How did Doodletones put a video together like this? And then preface it with he admitted to it depending on who you ask. Doodletones, this is in your DMs. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? I have a lot to learn from this. I know now not to share not safe for work stuff with minors. Oh my God. It's literally City Bear. The internet is a circle. We just do the same shit over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Just new names, varying degrees of situations, but they all come out the same. Why is this something you have to learn? You should have known that as a grown fucking adult, not to send fucking pornography to kids. It's super easy. You just don't fucking do it. And to be a lot more considerate about how they feel. When I was sending him videos and stuff about him in a dress, I wasn't thinking about fucking Leo or doing anything sexual with him. Don't believe that for a second. This is the past where... This is the part where it's trickiest to word myself as I'm walking on eggshells typing this, and I'll explain myself. I didn't react well when I first apologized to Leo. I started to feel extremely guilty of hurting him, and I made things worse by changing my vent name bio, writing tweets that ended with goodbye. Some told me before that I could come off as manipulative, and I ended up making him feel worse doing so. You gotta be shitting me. You literally were just covering your tracks. It's just stupid obvious. How did this conversation even start? Because I didn't even read what Doodletones said. I would suppose you don't want to hear from anyone right now, much less myself, but I have some people ask me to talk to you about the recent stuff that's spread across Twitter. I don't quite know what happened myself. I'm mostly skimming the document. Doodletones is just a robot. Who said it earlier? Who said into my chat earlier that Doodletones is just a robot? Was it Yen? Yeah, literally. Doodletones was the original Just a Robot. That's the most jar moment I've ever read. I like to hear what happened from your end. Please take your time, though. I can understand if you need to cool down first. Hey, retard, maybe you should read the entire document before you start saying I want to hear things from your end.
To most people in this community, that was the end of it. George fucked off, the groomer was gone, and Leo was deemed a hero. However, I wasn't happy. Because
you had 2 admissions of guilt. Doodles. How can't you be happy with that? They said, yeah, don't defend me. I fucked up. I'm a monster. I now know the error of my ways, sending porn to minors. How the fuck doesn't that make you happy that they acknowledged it to you and said, I did these things? You have a direct confession. Oh, this is giving me... I'm getting mad.
Because I didn't believe George groomed Leo. I initially tried voicing this belief on a live stream when tensions were high and botched it all up. I put way too much of an onus on Leo, who had believed they were groomed, which to everyone else looked like I was blatantly victim blaming, which was understandable. I took the massive L and apologized for it, and then stayed silent about it publicly until fairly recently when—
So you waited until the heat died
Doodle the
down.
Redeemer.
Wait, so hold on. So Doodletones is essentially saying here, I had a take. Nobody liked that take. So I waited a whole year to double down on that take. What the fuck are you talking about?
I started getting tired of hearing how someone who I didn't believe was a groomer was falsely labeled as such. So now, I finally wanted to
Hold on.
publicly until fairly, which to everyone else looked like I was blatantly victim blaming, which was understandable. I took the massive L and apologized for it, and then stayed silent about it publicly until fairly recently, when I started getting tired of hearing how someone who I didn't believe was a groomer was falsely labeled as such.
They fucking admitted it to you, you stupid bitch.
So now, I finally want to talk about it when everyone else has moved on. So,
Okay, I want to talk about it when people don't remember it the most. And so I can craft my own narrative here and make everyone believe me, because for some stupid fucking reason, the slideshow commentary community and art community had any sort of hope in Doodletones' reputation. You guys are fucking idiots for buying into anything that Doodletones ever did.
content warning, I guess. It's right there in black and white. This video will heavily talk about grooming. I also want to warn for mentions of rape, manipulation, gaslighting, abuse. I think that's it. Right. Pedophilia too. Okay, now I think we're good. So, to begin this structural disaster of a video, I guess let's break down what the accusations themselves are. Mind you, the way that I'm wording these is just what the accusations are.
Until it's convenient to you, Doodle.
That's fair, Yed. That is fair.
Obviously, I'll be spending the rest of the duration of this video detailing which ones are accurate and which ones definitely needed more evidence. But with that said, the accusations are—
But you got a confession. It's over. Doodletones is like that last Japanese soldier on the islands thinking that World War II is happening. But for pedophiles.
are that George, who was in his 20s, led an at-the-time minor on his
Why does Doodles
NSFW-ish
sound
account.
like that? Because that is their fucking fake voice to try and pretend that they're passing as a woman.
He would draw his friends, including said minor, in Snow White dresses, which were a fetish of his, send pictures of himself wearing said dress to the minor, this was seen as him being sexual, would constantly pester the minor,
I'm sorry, what?
including said minor in Snow White dresses, are that George.
I'm sorry, Doodles, you're telling me that a grown adult sent photos of themselves in a dress to a minor, and you made it sound dubious that it wasn't considered sexual.
George, who was in his 20s, led an at-the-time minor on his NSFW-ish account.
Ish account? Not safe for work doesn't get just a little asterisk. It's not safe for work. There's no asterisk. You can't just call it not safe for work-ish. It's either not safe for work or it's safe for work. It's always been that way.
Draw his friends, including said minor in Snow White dresses, which were a fetish of his.
That shit. Right there. They were being sexual to the minor. A fetish of George's was him drawing people in dresses. And he drew a minor in a dress, which is a fetish of his. Doodles, how are you defending this person?
Send pictures of himself wearing said dress to the minor. This was seen as him being sexual.
Seen as him being sexual? Dude, he's sending dress photos of himself to a child. To a minor. How is this what people would consider to be sexual?
Whoa! Wait, so this person sent NSFW pictures of themselves to a minor and Doodles thought it wasn't sexual? This literally is a jar moment, Lamau.
This is oh my god, I'm doing the Cinny Bear drama again.
Would constantly pester the minor, who, should also mention at this point, was trans, into wearing said dress, which was uncomfortable for them. Came back to doing all this stuff after
Wouldn't you like call that the most abhorrent thing ever as a trans person yourself, is like forcing somebody into the identity that they're uncomfortable with? Or like an uncomfortable sexual situation? Wouldn't you as a trans person take umbrage with that?
Being confronted about it initially, sent videos of magic tricks to a minor, magic tricks being another fetish of his.
Is this guy Randy Pitchford? What the fuck? CEO of Gearbox? He has a fetish for magic tricks? What the fuck?
After Leo broke off the friendship with George, he had blown up in their
It's just... But hold on.
Would chipper where belongs Susie?
But hold on. The thing is that they are defining these, and the guy confirmed it as fetishes. He was sending fetishes to the minor. Doodletones says this. Whoa!
I was trying to think of a joke, but remembering
doesn't
Doodle
recognize how this
exists
is
has
wrong
anything
for
I
them to
got
defend
beat.
this person.
Have a few bones.
Thank you, dude. I appreciate the tenor.
DMs with a lot of concerning self-destructive messages, and blatantly admitted to grooming Leo. Wow, these accusations seem rather damning, right?
Oh no, this is where oh god, here comes the fake bravado.
It's cut and dry. That should be the end of it. Video over. George
A shout out to Medieval Times, the best entertainment dinner of all time.
and Leo, roll credits. Except this is when I scream in frustration at how quickly people were to believe these accusations, especially in 2019, a year after the Spoctor Theory situation happened. So let's go over what is it.
Just because this is my problem with the art commentary community in like every fundamental fucking aspect. They don't look at things as individual situations. They always have to tangentially grab another situation that happened before it, and always if a drama happens right after that, they just kind of push it to the side, right? Here's an example of like the regular commentary community doing that. The Slazo stuff. Back in the day, when it came to the Slazo stuff, a lot of people jumped on that. A lot of people didn't. And those people ran with it with no information whatsoever. Slazo came out with definitive proof that overturned that stuff. And any time that somebody is accused falsely of a rape, people bring up the Slazo drama. The thing is, though, is that Spoctor was caught with CP on a fucking thumb drive and forgot about it, destroyed it or whatever. This guy is admitting to knowing that he sent fetish artwork, fetish material, and photos of himself to a minor, and when confronted on it said, I now know I shouldn't be doing that with minors. Don't defend me. I'm a horrible person. These are two entirely different situations that are happening in this moment, and you need to look at them objectively. I'm so annoyed.
Isn't true within this document, starting with something that is objectively true, because I do want to go into this as unbiased as humanly
Doodles
possible.
admits to not reading the doc this video is spaced off, proceeds to ignore all of the evidence provided in said doc. She might have dyslexia.
She might have dyslexia. Oh my god.
I may be a groomer defender, but at least I don't say the arsler.
True.
I won't be able to go into it fully unbiased, of course, but, you know, I'll give it a fair chance. George!
Why aren't we in a space where we see this and tell them to fuck off immediately? A bunch of idiots let this go. This is the thing, right? A lot of people gave, like, breathing room to Doodletones instead of just putting them in a fucking headlock and choking them out until they die of, like, fucking oxygen failure. So, like, a lot of people after the Medicare stuff, Doodletones made them out to be like the ultimate victim imaginable. And a lot of these people just took Doodletones at their word that they weren't as bad as like what the internet said that they were. And they are just as bad as what the internet said that they are. And they've been lying to this group of people this entire time. Okay?
Whoa! Proof where? I'm just going to defend them anyway.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Did let Leo onto his NSFW-ish account. So, to elaborate...
Stop calling not safe for work-ish. Stop calling it that.
As someone who also followed that account at the time, George had a specific account where he could share more adult themes to his friends who were more comfortable with it. There wasn't anything necessarily explicit ever posted on there, I want to assure you, and this was detailed out the gate for anyone who followed that account, as the pinned tweet had this image directly connect to it.
This isn't helping. Doodles, 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 that looks like a kid. What are you doing? Let's read this. Hello, welcome to my not safe for work-ish account. If you follow this account, then you have my trust. This is creepy. In this account, I talk about things I don't normally talk about or share in any other circumstances. As such, there's some ground rules. 1, porn and nudity will not be retweeted on here since I have no reaction to that. Them's the breaks, I'm afraid. So he's not into porn. He's into people wearing dresses. That's stupid. Bunny suits are a fetish. I'm not going to read the rest of that because somebody's going to clip that out. And it pleases me a lot. Why did you allow this minor in there? How are you reading this, Doodles, and not going, wait, why did he allow a minor in there if he trusted them?
Woo! They DM'd it.
I know.
To
it's crazy.
A minor.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Who cares about the Twitter at this point?
Yeah, nobody cares, but Doodletones is going to care. And it's crazy that this is a not safe for work account and that he calls it, then you have my trust. He says you have my trust, which means that he is vetting these people. If he's vetting these people, why did he allow a minor to follow this account? Come on, Doodles. Think. Use your fucking brain. Think, Doodletones. Holy shit. I feel like Omni-Man just going, think, Mark. Think, Mark. Think, Mark. Like, I'm literally sitting here feeling like, oh, God, holy shit. Okay. Magic tricks and illusions, oddly enough, are a kink. Especially when it's a girl disappearing under a cloth. What the fuck? What the fuck? How is that a fetish? For the record, magic is something I hope to achieve in the future. He wants to be a magician. Good luck getting a job, buddy. Snow White drawings are plentiful here. Although it is not a kink, I just like doing them. This is so weird. Do it, Ember. I would appreciate that. Do not leak anything on here unless I say it's okay. Wait, so that right there just proves that they were vetting people and they allowed a minor in. Doodles. If a minor was allowed in here and he is personally vetting all of these, that means that he said, I trust you as a minor in my not safe for work Twitter account. How are you defending this person? What?
You may be noticing some other things on here that'll be important later, and don't worry, we'll come back to them. The important part of this image at the moment, though, is rule number 1. Porn and nudity will not be retweeted.
In my years on the internet, I have learned,
Old
if
lady
someone
vibes.
keeps drawing or asking for the same oddly highly specific thing, it's a fetish.
Exactly.
Not matter how unlikely. It's a fetish.
I do agree with that. Anytime somebody continuously gets artwork of one specific thing each and every time, and it gets more and more degraded as it goes, is usually a fucking fetish.
On here. So nothing that George shared directly was NSFW. So in that sense, he was fine. However, considering that he did label it as NSFW-ish, that's still arguably not exactly okay, and as someone who's kept in touch...
Not exactly okay. Doodles, are you going to acknowledge the fact that they vetted these people to follow this account? Are you going to acknowledge that?
Kind of night for Doodle.
I don't see Doodletones acknowledging the fact that that Twitter account page literally said that he trusts them and that he's vetting these people and they're not allowed to leak anything without permission. Which means he vetted the minor. He let the minor into a not safe for work account. Are you going to bring that up, Doodles?
With them for all this time. Yes, even he acknowledges in hindsight this was not okay. So sure, in that sense, George was irresponsible. Not to the extent...
Nope, not irresponsible. He straight up allowed that minor in there. Are we going to say it was irresponsible for City Bear to send rape pornography to a kid?
He should be ostracized and crucified for it, personally, I'd argue, but definitely should have been informed that this was not okay. So with that out of the way, I would also like to confirm something else explained in Leo's document, being that George did have a habit of self-destructing at the time, and I think just...
No one cares if he's considering killing
Doodles
himself.
really is the Ashton Kutcher of the SCC.
Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. So he had a tendency to crash out and like do... What was that again? What was the exact verbiage?
...informed that this was not okay. So with that out of the way, I would also like to confirm something else explained in Leo's document, being that George did have a habit of self-destructing at the time.
Who cares? Does that give him credence to be able to send pornography to a kid or fetish artwork to a kid or putting themselves in a dress and sending a photo to kids? Does that just give, like, do we just hand wave it and go, well, this guy would have mental illness problems, we're just going to hand wave that right away? Are you kidding?
And I think just about everyone who was friends with him at the time had told him that this was a problem at some point. So him going into Leo's DMs in the screenshots
I already said this before, but I seriously apologize for everything. I acted out with my own emotions, beating myself up and bringing it over here, and I ended up hurting you in the process. Sometimes whether I feel depressed or upset, my own mind goes heavy extremes with negativity. Just kill yourself. Even after we talk about it yesterday, or go to a fucking psych ward, like, just be better. Like, stop making stop making your mental health issue everyone else's problem. That's a start.
do see towards the end of the document are kinda on brand. This is also something I'd argue shouldn't be.
It doesn't matter if it's on brand. He did it to a kid. I don't give a fuck that it's on brand if he does this with all your retarded fucking friends and you. He did that to a kid. He dumped his mental illness onto a minor.
Be a huge strike against George, though, as we don't see him doing it maliciously in the screenshots we get. In fact, everything that George says in those screenshots are evidence more against the idea that he was doing it to be purposely manipulative.
This dude is weaponizing his mental health onto random people, making them feel sorry for him. And then when they say, I want to help you, he comes back to apologize. That's manipulation. That is manipulating and trauma dumping onto people that shouldn't have to care. And he did it to a minor. Doodles. He did it to a kid. Like, I don't understand how you're not grasping this right now.
As his messages say that he fucked up, and that Leo shouldn't feel bad or concerned about anything he was saying, trying to reassure.
It literally doesn't matter. This is a manipulation tactic. This is manipulation. This is making somebody feel sorry for you for your mental health struggles, like they can help you. Get help.
Leo that they can move on. But did George have any reason to feel as such? Well, this is why this video exists, because I plan to make the argument that no, I don't think he should. Now, mind you, I'm not an expert. I should get that out of the gate. I'm merely giving my thoughts and feelings on this 2-year-old situation and why I disagreed with the common consensus. Whether or not you think I'm right or wrong by the end of it is entirely up to you. If your mind's made up, it's made up.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is that she says that, but now in 2025, when Lio finds out about it and like all of her friends that she's been hiding all of her dumb shit from, all talk to her about it, she folds like a house of cards. She folds immediately and goes, yeah, I fucked up on that. I shouldn't have done that. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? This is what Jar also said. Jar was like, well, you could argue if City Bear is a pedophile or a groomer. But, you know, I wouldn't say that.
I won't fight you on it. And as such, I want to stress to not go out and harass the individuals involved in this situation. Especially...
Who the fuck am I? Banging your mom, dude. It's crazy. Who's Doodletones? Diaper fetish enthusiast.
Given what I have to say about the situation.
That's all you gotta know.
By the end of it all. 1, because, yeah, this drama is about 2 years old and most everyone has moved on. 2, nobody, no matter how heinous their actions are, deserves harassment, contrary to the popular belief. And 3, because harassing people is lame. 2, nobody, no matter what they say about the situation by the end of it all. 1, because, yeah, this drama is about 2 years old and most everyone has moved on.
Why make the
2,
video?
Nobody, no matter how heinous their actions are, deserves harassment.
Yeah, they do. If a guy fucks a kid, are we not allowed to harass them? If a guy comes to your neighborhood and is a convicted sex offender, proven, just cold cut, stamped case, are you not allowed to harass them to get them the fuck out of your neighborhood and away from your kids? Why aren't we allowed to do that? That doesn't make any sense.
Whoa! I just want to say Jar's defense for Cinny not being a pedo was still stupid.
It was retarded.
Yeah, she's a creep that sent NSFW and grape comics to minors, but she's not a pedo. She would have done this with adults.
This is a stupid argument, Doodles.
Contrary to the popular belief. And 3, because harassing people is lame.
You're so fucking stupid. Harassing people unjustifiably is lame, okay? But if somebody fucks a kid, and there's proof of them doing that, that person should be immediately tied behind the nearest truck and driven at 150 miles an hour. Well, they're being dragged from the back of the truck and all their skin gets peeled off their body. I have no sympathy for that shit. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Plain and simple. So now that I have the formalities out of the way, let's begin with the first part of the grooming allegation, the Snow White dress. So, something to note about George is that his favorite Disney princess is Snow White, and apparently in accordance to Leo, he and George would bond over their mutual appreciation for the character. Leo...
Okay, first thing that this George guy shouldn't have done is bond over it with a kid.
A white dress. So, something to note about George is that his favorite Disney princess is Snow White, and apparently in accordance to Leo, he and George would bond over their mutual appreciation for the character. Leo would allow George to draw their character wearing the dress of the titular character, and didn't see anything wrong with it until Gwen...
Wait, Snow White is 14. How old? Okay, not... I need to double check you people. Okay, so in the Grimm's Brothers original fairy tale, they are 7 years old. Age. The 1937 film includes no dialogue whatsoever specifying how old Snow White is, although consensus appear to agree that at the time of the mirror, she says she is fairer than the queen. She looks older than the 7 years of age she was in the original fairy tale. Okay, so there's no, like, definitive age. Snow White was only 14 years old in Disney animated movie. Okay. There we are. I was like, what? Because I was looking at the Disney wiki, and they weren't, like, that specific with it.
Another character in this story, informed Leo that the dress was a kink of George's, and that George was forbidden to draw anything regarding Leo and her dress. But, hold on. George's aforementioned rules bulletin explicitly mentions that he doesn't see Snow White as a kink of his. This was established on his NSFW-ish account from the beginning. So for Leo to sit there and believe something that was blatantly against that established descriptor feels kind of sketchy to me.
But if they're drawing the kid in the Snow White dress, that's fucking creepy. That's creepy. And then they also sent photos of themselves, Doodles. This does not change anything.
Especially when Leo follows up explaining this to the reader that if you ask George about Snow White being a kink of his, he'd deny it, which always struck me as strange. To sit here and preemptively revoke any further discussion on this kind of topic by making such a blanket and certain statement claiming the subject to be a liar when the information they...
FTR and future reference for this video. If you're yet to be told, Gwen was 16 in 2017 incident. Okay.
If doesn't match your own, feels... ironically enough, like a lie in of itself. The tone of this document is to inform or educate people on your own experiences with an individual you claim to have groomed you. But as much as it typically isn't what people want to hear, there usually is two sides to a story such as this. And without the proper evidence to prove that your opposition has a behavioral pattern with lying or manipulation, this kind of claim feels more like its sole purpose is to shine a much more malicious light on your target instead of giving out the truth. Or at the very least, a believable testimony, which isn't something you would want to do if your goal is to educate people on a groomer in the community. But to...
It's like if someone's saying they don't have a foot kink, they just draw really detailed feet. Like, come on, yes, logos! That's what I was thinking. I was trying to follow their line of logic, and that was like the one thing in the back of my head that kept like scratching. I was like, but they draw it continuously all the time without stop. Send it to other people, draw other people in the dresses and stuff. Like, bro, that's a kink.
To me, it doesn't have to be a straight-up sexual thing, because it is clearly something he finds appealing. I'd also like to directly respond to this, because I find it to be frustrating. This claim would only be valid if we were to be under the pre-notion that George's appreciation for Snow White was sexual in nature, which, as I demonstrated, I don't have any reason to believe is the case, and with that, George could find this dress to be an aesthetic appeal, or maybe an appeal to nostalgia, or...
An aesthetics appeal? An appeal to nostalgia? What kind of grown-ass fucking man is doing that shit? Dude, this is a fetish. What are you talking about? Like, what? Are you really trying to argue that they care about the aesthetics? What the fuck are you talking about?
Literally any other of
Werewolf, I have no proof of that. Can you please stop fucking spamming it, please? I will ask Lio about it. Something tells me he's not going to know about it. Holy shit, you are fucking annoying.
appeal that you could look at that's used in art and advertising. Appeal doesn't have to be sexual. This is, again, unfortunate to this document.
Unless I have direct evidence of that, I am not going to run with it.
Because anyone who thinks about this for longer than a minute tops could come to the same conclusion. I like to draw hoodies on my characters that don't typically have them and call them cool jackets because they're fun and there's an appeal in drawing that. That doesn't mean hoodies turn me on. Get real. Anyway, then Leo explains that Gren shoots characters that don't have to be sexual. This is, again, unfortunate to this document because anyone who thinks about this for longer than a minute tops could come to the same conclusion.
What?
I like to draw hoodies on my characters that don't typically have them and call them cool jackets.
Okay, there's a difference between a hoodie for a regular fucking person that is dressing in artwork than somebody that continuously draws the Snow White dress onto anything that they can get their fucking hands on. Totally different. What are you fucking talking about? This is so retarded. 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 Oh my god. How did anyone let this video exist?
Because they're fun and there's an appeal in drawing that. That doesn't mean hoodies turn me on. Get real. Anyway.
Yeah, diapers turn you on though, you freak.
Then Leo explains that Gren chewed George out about it. George backed down from drawing Leo in a Snow White dress. Probably intimidated by Gwen, if I'm to be honest. Though, of course, that would be something you'd have to ask the supposed groomer in this scenario. And then cut
up, already downplaying the supposed groomer. We're already downplaying it? Nice.
Cut to 2 years later in 2019. George winds up drawing Leo in a Snow White dress twice. Leo goes on to make...
How do you not turn around and think that's creepy? How do you not think that's creepy? The guy that is constantly obsessed with Snow White draws artwork of a minor in a dress. How do you not, how does that not register in your head? Hey, this is getting weird.
It's because she doesn't know how to draw clothes.
The theory that it's because by this point they didn't hang out with Gwen anymore, and George, quote-unquote, knew he wouldn't be called out about it. And I'm so glad Leo clarified it as such, because otherwise it would heavily look like a narrative was being spun to ruin someone, and we definitely wouldn't want that. But in reality, could we not make the argument that George just forgot about what happened 2 years prior?
Oh my god. The amnesia strikes again. The convenient amnesia strikes the pedophile.
Leo doesn't clarify that there was any
The Nezzy monster curse, the Peaches curse, the Doodletones curse.
conversation regarding the two of them that would have reminded George of the conversation in question, so this is again, at best, just an assumption on Leo's end that paints George in a much different light than what might have been the actual truth of the matter. Plus, Leo even
I was not planning on doing Synthetic Man and Doodletones today. Christ, I went down a rabbit hole.
tells us following this that George asked to draw the first piece for them. So even if he did remember, maybe he wanted to see if the opinion on the matter changed from whatever Gwen might have talked to George about, since we also didn't get that side of the story, and was instead just told to get it through Gwen's at the time Twitter handle. Following this, there's an explanation of George's self-destructive behavior, before going on to justify that as the reason Leo said yes to everything that George did.
Now, Doodles, you have an opportunity here to say, yeah, people can feel under duress when somebody's weaponizing their mental health against them to make them feel sympathetic to them so that they can get something out of it. This is your chance, Doodles. You can maybe pull something out here that I'm not expecting from you, or you can go in the totally opposite direction and call it a cover-up.
And it's here that I really start questioning matters.
Come on. You had... Come on. That was so easy, and you fumbled it so hard.
Because throughout the entire document, there's not a whole lot of screenshots to help Leo's case, and Leo doesn't.
You just showed a bunch of screenshots of them being like, I'm sorry I weaponized my mental health against you. I'm sorry that I was so, like, mentally unwell to you. I'm so sorry. 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 Like, you have those.
Explain that because George deleted everything, they didn't exactly have the time or ability to screen cap everything that they thought was important. And like, okay, I get that. But when the screenshots that you do share are just you happily nodding to everything and getting excited that George...
No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. No way.
...that they thought was important. And like, okay, I get that. But when the screenshots that you do share are just you happily nodding to everything and getting excited that George drew you in a Snow White...
But you just showed DMs of them. You just showed DMs of them weaponizing their mental health and apologizing to them. And they're saying, yeah, George did that a lot. So, of course, the screenshots are going to show of, like, him being like, yeah, you know, I was trying to be nice to George because he's, like, mentally unwell. He did that, like, all the time. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Doodles?
...dress while simultaneously telling us, the reader, that you were uncomfortable about it all, then pardon me for looking at this whole situation skeptically.
You might be the biggest retard on planet Earth. Oh my god. You might be... Oh my god. How did they allow Doodletones to continue doing this shit?
Did George know that these images made you uncomfortable? Did you tell him they did?
Hey, did you, as a minor, tell a grown adult that has suicidal ideation and mental health ideation, to stop doing that? Did you just hear that? Did you guys just hear that? Did you just hear that? That's what Doodletones just said. Hey, minor, how come you didn't tell him that you were uncomfortable with that? You should have done more, minor. That's called that's... Oh, yeah, ay Dios mío. I can't take it anymore. I cannot believe this is the video that Doodletones put out.
Because even in accordance to your own document, that doesn't seem to be the case. You tell us that you said it was okay before going on your own self-deprecating tirade about the fact that you'll throw yourself to the dogs for your friends. And I'd even be able to give the benefit of doubt in saying that you could have felt uncomfortable about it all in hindsight, but then not only would that be a lie because you actively told us that your mind wandered to the aforementioned conversation with Gwen, but also, that's in hindsight. This wouldn't change the reaction we see in the screenshots that Leo gave us that would have given George the idea that this was not only...
This is the craziest victim blaming I've ever seen of a kid in my entire life. This is insane. This is the craziest victim blaming I've ever seen of a child. What the fuck is happening?
Only okay, but encouraged. Oh, but Doodle, are you trying to say that it's Leo's fault he was groomed? No, I'm saying this isn't grooming at all.
Whoa! Maybe the true cloak and Diaka was Doodle throwing a cloak over the groomer and ST had been the victim.
Oh god, Doodletones, don't come back. You just don't come back. Don't come back. Just don't come back. 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 Don't come back.
A very common tactic of grooming is testing the boundaries to figure out how you can push past them to get...
Alright, can I have a second? I just need a water. You're gonna get the chair for a minute. You're gonna get the chair. You're gonna have to deal with the chair, okay? I need a water. I'm fucking dying here. Holy shit. Oh, thank God. My water bottle still has water in it. Thank God. Thank God. I'm wearing the perfect shirt for this.
After hearing this, I think Doodles should have been bullied harder.
I'm wearing the perfect
What the
shirt
actual hell was this butrid I just heard?
I don't know, man. I'm wearing like the perfect shirt for this. Existence is pain. It's got a nice sunny smile. I'm laughing through the pain. I'm dying slowly, and I'm starving, and I'm really hungry, and I've been doing this since 3 in the afternoon. This is crazy. What am I doing? What am I doing today?
Into a sexual context. For another example, and I apologize in advance for using an actual instance of grooming as an example. I'm aware.
Yeah, I really wanted this to be a short stream, but like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm so invested.
How tasteless this could come
I literally just texted my friend and I was like, hey, I'm not going to make it.
off, but I feel it's important to show that what it would look like had George actually been trying to groom Leo in a situation such as this, since our community actually has an example. So, let's talk about...
Can I get somebody, basic TL, what Doodle did besides defending the groomer? I'm curious. Lied about diaper fetish roleplay. Got shit on by Mr. Mediker. Basically became like one of these quasi commentary channels that do like art and shit. Basically was just a total snake to people behind the scenes, lied about their past. Role played as a minor, doing the diaper fetish stuff, lied about that. You know, just a lot. There are a lot. Lied about being doxxed. It's a lot.
V Omega. V Omega was outed not even a full year after George...
Okay, so again, we cannot and we will not be doing this where we are trying to compare other situations to more excessive situations or more insane situations to downplay the situation at hand. Please stop doing this, Doodles.
George's allegations by Joni ruin a twit longer. This post outlined that V was an abusive, controlling, transphobic groomer, and I will happily concur to those labels. I'll be talking my experience with them in another video if it's not already out, because I'll have to then.
You know what's like crazy, right? Is that Doodletones will 100% bat for people that they like or people that go against people that they hate. But if it's somebody that they like, right, they'll just push everything down. Push everything down and just be like, yeah, it's not that big of a deal, 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 and just shove it down. And yes, Yen, that is a good point. Just like what Just a Robot did with Cinebear, comparing Cinebear to Pyrocynical, fucking Doodletones is comparing this guy to V Omega. This is fucking insanity.
I'll leave a link below to the full twit longer if you wish to read up on it all, but the particular centerpiece that I want to look at, of course, is the grooming allegations. Though, while Joni didn't exactly have any screenshots relating to that particular allegation and was much more focused on V's abusive behavior, V sure as hell was willing to give them in a now deleted Twitter thread he was making responding to it all. Luckily, I have the important receipts. So, here's a screenshot that V took of their DMs from January of 2018. You can see here that V and Joni are talking about pornography, with Joni explicitly saying that she was not one to look at pornography. By April of the same year, the topic was brought up again, with Joni admitting to sometimes looking at specifically furry porn. By March of the next year, while we don't see the fullest extent of this screenshot, we can see that Joni was all for talking about pornography, showing that V's attempt to wear down her boundaries was, unfortunately, grossly successful.
So this is the thing, right? So do we have to wait to call somebody a pedophile if their attempt wasn't successful? If there is legitimate proof of this person being a creep and getting a minor comfortable in a situation to get them to be preyed upon, according to Doodletones, it sounds like what they're trying to say is, well, V Omega succeeded while George kind of didn't really succeed, but got close. What the fuck is this argument?
The fucking creep. But we don't see that with George. We're only told that through the lens of Leo, and even through that lens we can see that Leo never vocalized these feelings. So, how do we know that George's motivations are more malicious than maybe tone deaf? We literally can't, and I'm tired of acting like this was okay. Plus, I want to point out that
they're trying to downplay it as tone deaf now. What the fuck? So now it's like, oh, some kind of creepy behavior. We moved on to like, oh, well, he's not as bad as V Omega. Now we've moved on to, what was the exact verbiage again, Doodletones?
How do we know that George's motivations are more malicious than maybe tone deaf? We literally...
Tone deaf. How do we know if it's malicious or just tone deaf? How could he have known that sending pornography to a minor is bad? Or sending photos of himself in a dress is bad? Or talking about his fetishes is bad? I swear, I'm also on that part yet. If Doodletones fucking turns around and says that George has been gaslit, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to turn off the stream.
Really can't. And I'm tired of acting like this was okay. Plus, I want to point out that these drawings that Leo alluded to being a source of George's grooming. Even if they were sexual, it wasn't exclusive to Leo, which also puts into question how...
But you're an adult. You're an adult, Doodles. You're not a kid. They are arguing a gaslight. They're doing it right now. That example, right there, Yen, that is them saying that George has been gaslit. I'm calling it.
Much of this could actually be considered as such. I've mentioned this in my Sherman videos before, but grooming is a targeted action. Sure, you could argue someone can groom more than one person, but when George is making these kinds of images for anyone who's his friend above just a selection of people, then I'm sorry, even if these had sexual undertones, it would just be grossly irresponsible and inappropriate at worst.
To a child, you are neglecting that this is a kid, Doodle. You're neglecting that on purpose, in my opinion. You are woefully understating that, and you're just trying to say, well, he drew artwork for me. He drew artwork for me like that. What's the big deal? It's like, hey, dummy, were you a kid when that happened? No? Then shut the fuck up.
Now, let's look at the spin-off to
This literally is Jarrin City. Unironically, this is 1-for-1, dude.
this allegation. George bought his own Snow White dress to wear, posted pictures on his NSFW-ish Twitter, and allegedly gave Leo some pictures of his own whilst pestering Leo to wear one themselves. I really don't know what more to say. This is just more of the same, unfortunately.
More of the same? I'm so sick of this fucking video. Oh my god. Yeah, you know, like, it's just more of the same shit, you know? He just didn't understand that sending photos of himself in a dress to a child is a bad thing. It's just more of the same misunderstandings. That's what Doodletones is arguing. Oh my god.
Leo goes around painting Snow White as one of George's kinks, which has been put into question.
Yeah, great question. Great question, Axe. Wait, would it him pestering the minor be pushing boundaries? Yes. Almost definitionally.
Leo makes a very extreme statement claiming that George was sending him pictures of himself wearing that outfit directly, making the claim. The number of photos I got from him...
You hear those words, making the claim that he said photos? The claim? Trying to downplay it?
Wearing the dress was almost 10 times the amount that he posted on his timeline. It very much became a weekly thing for him to do. He would send me 5 or more pictures of him in the dress and ask me for compliments, my overall thoughts, and if he looked cute/pretty.
That's
This is
weird.
then followed by 0 screenshots of George doing this, and being probably the most frustrating example at the lack of screenshots being an issue with this document. Like, I can concede to the idea that maybe Leo wasn't able to get everything. Fine. Like, I'm not even saying that if Leo doesn't have every receipt in the world that these allegations should be put under extreme scrutiny. And I can accept the lack of evidence to a degree. But Leo is making such an enormous claim here alluding to George explicitly targeting them, and if there were that many instances of George doing this, why don't we even see one of them?
You just said that it's understandable because George deleted most of their shit, that this Leo person couldn't get all the information necessary. You just recognize why there might be an issue there.
You were able to get a screen cap between you and George talking about a dress, again with the problem of you visually not setting any boundaries for George to push, but I think I've hammered that in enough.
Oh my god, they did the boundaries thing again! A grown adult should not be sending photos of themselves in a dress to a child. I feel like, what the fuck is happening? Whoa!
Doodletones' voice should be used in condom ads as a reason why to use them.
Yes. If your child ever ends up like Doodletones, just put them down. Like, give them up to an adoption center or something.
My faith in humanity is destroyed, thanks, Doodles.
Especially when the dress itself is their fetish. They said that Snow White is not the fetish, or the dress isn't the fetish, is the argument. But the thing is that one too many times drawing it and now getting the dress and posting photos of themselves in the dress and then DMing a minor with said photos in the dress, looking for compliments of them wearing the dress. And then Doodles goes, well, you didn't tell them you didn't want that. It's like...
But with the evidence showing George sending direct pics of him wearing the Snow White dress, it doesn't exist. Why? This is one of your biggest allegations and easily one of your most damning ones to boot. Ugh.
But you just said a few minutes ago you understand why they aren't getting all the screenshots, because George deleted everything. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Anyway, following this, we then get the dysphoria conversation, Leo being an NB trans mask, and this one's a bit more of a gray area. I'm not going to put into question whether dresses do or don't give Leo dysphoria. That is not my place to say.
Why are you trying to, like, downplay their fucking sexuality right now? What is happening?
I'm also not entirely too sure whether George did or didn't know whether Leo gets this way about dresses in particular. If George did know, then fuck, that's tone deaf as hell, and this could also go on the record as another one of George's actual transgressions.
Stop calling it tone deaf.
Get it? If he didn't, then I can't really get onto his case about it, especially since Leo doesn't show his discomfort in the screenshots, and
Stop doing that! Stop saying, well, the kid didn't show discomfort in the screenshots, so George is, like, totally cool. Stop it. Stop. Stop saying that. Please. Stop.
Either way, this would be he said, she said effectively. Still not grooming, mind you, but also not particularly great had...
Whoa! The rape victim didn't say no, Mr. Judge. They were asking for it. Bro, that's literally where we're at this point. That's where we're at. It's like, hey, Judge, you need to understand, my client raped this woman and scarred them for life, but they didn't say no. So he can't be arrested for that. He can't go on the sex offenders registry for that.
George been guilty of knowingly setting off Leo's dysphoria. The continual excuse of, but George would beat himself up also doesn't exactly help matters either, because I get it, but those boundaries not being set doesn't give me any reason to believe...
That is flipping rich for Doodles to downplay someone's sexuality. Her and the ACC were mad at Akumu for his transphobia and not respecting pronouns.
Stop. Hold on. Wait a minute. What did they just say?
Wait, this would be he said, she said effectively. Still not grooming, mind you, but also not particularly great had George been guilty of knowingly setting off Leo's dysphoria. The continual excuse of, but George would beat himself up also doesn't exactly help matters either, because I get it, but those boundaries not being set doesn't give me any reason to believe George's intentions with...
I'm done. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Doodletones, I've heard them say that this child failed to set boundaries multiple times. This minor didn't set boundaries. I've heard them say that line at least 5 times now, and I want to fucking blow my brains out. Like, this is an insane fucking argument. Why are you doing this? I'm losing it. I'm losing it, chat. I'm having a mental breakdown. I really am. I'm at that point. I'm having a mental breakdown, chat. I really am. The gaslighting is crazy. The gaslighting is absolutely insane. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I'm losing my fucking mind. I can't take it. Oh my god.
These conversations are more malicious than two friends bonding over a common interest. I don't get it. Had George been guilty of knowingly setting off Leo's dysphoria. The continual excuse of, but George would beat himself up also doesn't exactly help matters either, because I get it, but those boundaries not being set doesn't give me any reason to believe George's intentions with these conversations are more malicious than two friends bonding over a common interest.
It's just getting worse. It's just getting worse. I can't take it anymore. It's getting worse by the minute. It's getting worse. How? How is this video worse than Jar's City Bear video? Oh my god. This is actually worse than the City Bear video. Because at least Jar didn't turn around and say, well, yeah, the minor didn't put up a fight. Like...
I don't want to seem dismissive about these claims, because I can't know how Leo actually felt about them.
Bro, I've never seen someone more dismissive of allegations in my entire life. Even the guy that runs Ultimate Rape Review has more tact and less dismissive tone than you do in this.
These conversations. For all I know, he could have been uncomfortable, and also I get how important it is to believe a victim of abuse. Plus, yeah, not every victim of abuse will know they're being abused. But it's hard to see George as an abuser when zero boundaries were
when we're
initially
victim
drawn
blaming, smiley face emoji, gun
the victim of
emoji.
abuse. Plus, yeah, not every victim of abuse will know they're being abused. But it's hard to see George as an abuser when zero boundaries were initially drawn, and
Chat, can I be released? Can I be released? I want to be released. I want to be released. Can I be released? Let me go. 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 Chat, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. It's still more. I can't take it. How many times am I gonna hear this?
instead Leo willingly partook in these conversations, leading into what we are to believe to be George's desires. Leo's words paint one picture, whereas what we can see in the screenshots paints a totally contradictory
Did I do
one.
a victory dance? I'm actually more angry than I thought I'd be. Person that is definitely hoping I did a Fortnite dance on Doodletones' grave. This video is actually like making me fucking angry.
And we're just supposed to believe these images are one of the same. We're not done, by the way. We still have the claim of magic tricks to talk about, and out the gate.
Oh god, we gotta talk about the magic trick fetish. Can't forget. Okay, I'm locked back in. I'm locked back in. We have to talk about the magic trick fetish. I'm locked in again.
I'm screaming. One of the first things you'll notice when going on his NSFW is his pinned tweet that you are encouraged to read before interacting with his page. It was there that he detailed the things that he found sexually appealing, aka his kinks and a few rules of the account.
What fetish? His magic fetish.
I'm sorry? So, Leo is willing to detail what was in that pinned tweet. He even goes on to explicitly mention the Delco.
You are so autistically fixated on this when, again, anyone with a fucking brainstem can look at that and go, wait a minute, this guy's way too into it. He's putting himself in a dress and sending it photos to a minor. He is really, really, really invested in the Snow White dress for every single person that he knows, and he was sending this to a minor in their DMs.
Whoa! This underage minor
Stop
didn't
trying
set any
to
boundaries
downplay this.
because it was definitely their responsibility to do that and not the grown adult here.
Yeah,
and so I can't believe the accusations.
Dude, that's literally Doodletones' entire video. It's like, oh, well, the minor didn't fight back, so like, fuck the, like George did nothing wrong.
Quote, a chair trick, George's favorite magic trick as outlined by his rules bulletin, but will conveniently leave out the section of Snow White when talking about that. I want to make it clear that I'm not out here trying to pin Leo as this bad person.
Yes, you are! Yes, you are!
But covering this document makes it really hard when stuff like this is scattered throughout the entire thing. It gets very blatant. But yeah, so George did have a thing for magic tricks, specifically the Delcota chair, and yes, he even described it as a kink.
What the fuck is a Delcota chair? I'm so afraid. Delcota chair. Okay, what is this? This is the guy's kink. Okay, we're about to witness George's kink. How is that sexually appealing to anybody? How is that like sexually appealing to anybody? That's what that guy is into. I'm confused.
So we are getting into some arguably creepy territory, and hey, credit where it's due. Leo talks about how George sent some videos involving something he finds to be his kink, and then actually shows us George doing so. However, and this is where I must remind you all that I'm not an expert in
Damn, how you can show that on stream? Yeah, I just showed a sex act, dude.
merely giving my 2 cents on the matter. Grooming is usually done with the goal of sexual or financial satisfaction, and regardless of how creepy it may seem within the DMs, and you can definitely make an argument for it or against it being creepy, at the end of the day,
an argument for it or against it. That means that you don't believe that it is creepy, or that you are indifferent to it, or you're not seeing it.
And with this trick, I will make the allegations disappear.
I'm not gonna fight a person one way or another about it. However, with the screenshots that we see in Leo's document, as much as they exist and show us that George did send these videos, the screenshots seem more conversational than sexual or malicious.
Oh, yeah, the guy was just having a conversation with the child he was sending his fetish to. Yep. Totally vindicated.
The first one shows George sharing the Dakota chair trick performed by David Copperfield, before presumably going on to talk about the Snow White dress he bought for himself. By the way, cross-dressing in the way George was doing so is also not proof of George doing it to be sexual. Just should get that out of the way.
I'm hanging up. I'm done. 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 I can't take it anymore. I can't. You're going over to Augie. I'm done. I literally can't take it anymore. I'm having like a mental fucking breakdown listening to this shit. How did they upload this video? I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Okay, I'll let chat decide if you want me to suffer longer or we're going to send you over to Augie. One's in the chat if you want me to keep going. Two's in the chat if you want me to, like, leave and send you over to Augie. Please let me go. Let me go. No! You guys fucking suck. You guys suck. I fucking hate you people.
If he finds the dress to be more aesthetically appealing...
I hate this audience, man. One day I'm going to write an email to Null saying I hate all of you. One day I'm going to send an email to Null saying I hate my audience. You guys are funny. I'll keep going for you, okay? For you, for the chat. For the chat, I'll keep going for you, okay?
Then it's just George not having an issue with cross-dressing. If you
want
to make an argument otherwise, you're going to have to provide me with some proof that he does find Snow White dresses to be sexual.
What do you mean proof? Dude, what are you talking about? He constantly talks about it, constantly draws it, constantly has a hyperfixation on it. He'll get a dress to dress up like Snow White and send photos of himself to a minor. It's a fetish. Holy shit, why are we arguing the semantics of this?
Because I just don't have any reason to believe otherwise besides because Leo and Gwen said so. The second screenshot was just George talking about how he did draw Leo's character doing the trick, but never actually showed it to Leo, nor did Leo really call George out on being uncomfortable about it, prefaced by Leo continuing the narrative of just because George feels guilty about things means you can't draw boundaries, apparently, as evidenced by the following statement.
You do realize if somebody is weaponizing their mental health against them, a lot of people, I learned the hard way, will be more accepting, will let things go, even though it upsets them on the inside. They will placate themselves to that individual with the mental health issue because they don't want them to do anything drastic or hate them, right? Or have that person hate you or blame you for the hurt that they caused themselves or anything else. Especially a minor that doesn't know how to handle that sort of thing, Doodles, is the problem. I don't see how you don't understand that. Because if a minor barely knows how to handle something like that, and this person is trauma dumping them constantly, and constantly makes it feel like they have to talk to this person starts doing things of a sexual nature, getting them comfortable with it, and doing all this weird shit with dresses and everything, it literally pushes that person to try and like their boundaries are being eroded. You can't expect them to have a boundary onto something they never experienced before. This is crazy.
I did watch them all, but only because I felt pressured to.
Yeah, literally I've noticed they just keep focusing only on the Snow White stuff. Everything else, they're kind of like, maybe miscommunication. It's not that big of a deal. But the Snow White thing, oh, this is ridiculous. We'll talk about it for fucking 18 minutes, essentially.
Maybe it would have been easy for you to say no, but I can't do that. I can't shut someone down like that, especially not someone like George, who practically lives by the philosophy of don't call me out of my bullshit because I will beat myself up until you feel like a monster and drop the charges. He had done this multiple times. Looking back on it now, I can only really describe it as him forcing his kink on me. We'll talk about his motivations another time, but that is what he is doing. Which only really reaffirms that this was a document that had more of a narrative woven into it, more than just informing people of what happened.
I'm gonna crash out. It's time. I've never crashed. You know, like I've jokingly like crashed out on stream before. I think this is the time where I'm actually gonna like punch a fucking hole in my wall and pull a boss man jack. This is an insane fucking video. The sheer fact that Doodletones put this up with such conviction. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. You see that wall right there? That wall, you know how Boss Man Jack punches holes in walls and kicks shit and breaks walls? I'm like this close. I'm like this close.
By now at this point, you might be wondering what my point is bringing all this stuff up, as it looks like I'm trying to make Leo out to be this worse individual than he is, and that would be a fair assumption to make, especially with just how frustrated. You might be wondering what my point is bringing all this stuff up, as it looks like I'm trying to make Leo out to be this worse individual than he is, and
you are.
That would be a fair assumption to make, especially.
So you just admit it. You're just like, yeah, I'm really trying my hardest to make Leo look like a liar.
With just how frustrated I've been getting at this document. However, to clear the air, I'm not saying Leo is doing any of this stuff on purpose. This feels more impulsive than vindictive. Reading the document as much.
Weren't you just giving multiple excuses to George for being impulsive? Like, weren't you just doing that?
Much as I have, you can tell he felt very emotional writing it. If this is truly how he felt on the matter, then fine. I'm not going to invalidate someone's feelings on the matter because I can't feasibly know how he actually felt. My point, ultimately, at the end of the day, is that I don't feel as if George is a groomer. There's just not enough evidence to label him as such. Grooming is a targeted, manipulative action used to get something out of a minor, but nothing we see in the screenshots Leo shows demonstrate any form of attempted sexual or financial satisfaction on George's end. I must be fair and reiterate that yes, Leo could have been very uncomfortable by everything the two of them talked about. George could have been very inappropriate, and yes, he was absolutely irresponsible. I'm not saying he did nothing wrong. I just don't see a groomer here.
Yep, we're dealing with a cine bear. Man, I can't believe Doodletones beat Jar in the city, who had the worst video defending a pedophile. You know, I take that back. I take that back. Doodletones has always been fucking terrible at content, so like I shouldn't be shocked that Doodletones has a worse defending a predator video.
I want to punch a wall. Doodles is so retarded. Face with bags under
and
eyes.
I feel as if there were people who kinda saw it too quickly. When finally confronted, George ended the final conversation with Leo, admitting to his mistakes and fessing up to the fact that he didn't know these conversations with Leo made.
Of course, dude, his profile photo. Is anyone noticing what the profile photo is? Anyone noticing that? Anyone see that? That's Amy from Sonic. How old's Amy in Sonic?
Leo uncomfortable. He asked what he could do to make things better besides not grooming, showing that the accusation was something he even believed. And personally, this is my least favorite part of Leo's document. George was apologizing for everything that Leo had taken issue with. Sure, George's apology was self-destructive. As I said, he did have a habit of doing that. However, George also, at the end of the day,
Jar into defending Cine lol.
Okay, I'm screenshotting that and I'm putting it in Leo's server just to annoy all of them. I'm gonna post that right there. All right, I put I put it in the cat's lair.
That the two of them needed to apart. Why was this looked at as a groomer trying to get with a child? Like, George couldn't have known that these conversations were uncomfortable or were seen as inappropriate until Leo told him, because, as stated before,
I needed a laugh. 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 I needed a laugh.
No boundaries drawn between the two of them. Once there finally were, George apologized and then the two of them unfollowed each other's vents, breaking off the friendship with each other. This is just not the behavior of a manipulative person. Leo's confusion in this document too is honest to God justified, because George saying that he didn't know what he was doing was wrong and apologizing for grooming are two totally contradictory ideas. Because grooming is intentional. Like, yes, you could say George is admitting to grooming here and is—
But he is intentionally interacting with this minor. Here's the intention. He had a not safe for work account that he vetted, said that if you're following it, I trust you, and you're not allowed to leak anything without permission from me. That means right there.
Wood chipper.
Yes, hold on. I want to re-listen to this.
Doing was wrong and apologizing for grooming are two totally contradictory ideas. Because grooming is intentional.
So he intentionally approved this
All
minor
hail the Rat
to
King,
join
crown
their Not
emoji,
Safe for
rat
Work
emoji.
Twitter account, trusted this minor to be a part of the Not Safe for Work account, proceeded to send them fetish shit of theirs to the minor, and sent photos of them in a
Amy
dress
Rose is
to
12
the
or
minor.
8, you're welcome. Smiley face emoji.
This is all intentional.
Like, yes, you could say George is admitting to grooming here and is apologizing for such. But, like, I don't believe that George would have seen it as such had Leo not initially brought it up in their conversation. Neither of them were even sure that this was the case. It was just something that someone else said was grooming. Ugh. At the end of the day, to recap, do I think George groomed Leo? No. Do I think George was irresponsible? Absolutely. Do I think this document does its job properly? No. Do I think Leo should have drawn boundaries with George sooner? Yes. Do I think Leo is a bad person? No.
Yeah, that didn't sound too confident, Doodles.
Leo was a victim? Well, personally speaking, yes.
Why must Lyle be the father figure for these tards? Not anymore. I'm corrupting him. Don't you worry. I'm corrupting Lyle slowly but surely. You'll become based red pill Kekistanian before you know it.
That last one might be a bit of a confusing statement to make, what with everything I outlined today, but if you'll allow me, I have been thinking about this document a lot.
You know what's like crazy is that you've been behind the scenes like trying to fix George's image. Because that's what Lio said. That's what a lot of people are saying right now, is that behind the scenes, you guys didn't like this guy. You liked George, and you were trying to fix his image behind the scenes and allowed him to rebrand. Then why did you apologize for all this, Doodles, once confronted?
And as I said earlier, I don't believe Leo wrote this document with the goal to purposely ruin George's friendships or reputation in the community.
How do we know that? Because it's obvious. Plus, Lio talked about it in the call earlier where, like, people were behind the scenes, like, just fucking allowing this guy to do whatever he wanted.
The language used within this document seems more concerned and scared than anything else, almost as if somebody else implanted the belief that this behavior was grooming. And we know that there is, considering Gwen's reaction to George drawing people in Snow White dresses was to directly tell Leo not to allow George to do that, plus the conversation George and Leo had breaking it off. Now, perhaps I'm thinking too deep into it.
Yes, you are. You're thinking way too deep into it. You're trying to justify someone that you are cool with as doing basically nothing, and that it's just a misunderstanding versus what actually happened.
Perhaps this is a bit conspiratorial. At the end of the day, this is speculation, so take this section with more of a grain of salt. However, I just can't get over that last portion. Leo's last DM with George, where he starts the conversation telling George that some other people brought up that George was grooming him. I'm not gonna say who, because that's not important. I don't believe that.
Yeah, George not knowing is not an argument here. Like, it's not.
So throughout Leo's document, Charlie or Channel Gray and Gwen are constantly alluded to as people that Leo was super close to. Coming from someone who was also friends with the both of them for a brief period of time though, they both had a history of not liking George. So back in mid-2018, I think, George actually initially wrote a document about Channel Gray being abusive towards him.
Oh, now we have to make George look sympathetic. You don't understand. George, those people actually hated George. George was going to make a document kind of exposing them as abusers. Don't you feel bad for George?
Whoa! Doodles and Jar to defending creeps
oh my
slash
God.
pedos.
With Gwen following in this abuse. In this document, George outlined how Gray would get overly aggressive at the most menial of transgressions.
This is literally Doodletones making George out to be a victim of two people in the middle of the victim blaming a minor.
How they had a mentality that you had to immediately change or fuck off and get thrown out of the group or thrown out of chats. How Charlie in particular was kind of a two-faced individual who'd be quick to turn on those they had a problem with. How Charlie had a complete disregard to mental disorders. How they had a tendency
to be honest, you should have a disregard to mental disorders if it's not yours or people that you are close to. Anyone that tries to dump their mental disorder on you that is not family, friends, girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, wife, shit like that, it's not your problem. It's not your problem. Tell them to go get therapy. Tell them to go get help. because your job is not to babysit that person if you don't know who they are in like a real connection area.
Start shit with other people.
Because you're not going to help that person. You're going to make it worse.
How confrontational they were about everything, even if it didn't really need to be a big of a deal, would actually guilt trip those who cut them off. I can vouch for that one. Jesus, it really is like talking about V Omega all over again. But yes, Channel Gray was incredibly a toxic person who I would...
Oh my god. Yeah, don't you get it? There's way more toxic people than George, guys. George, he's not that bad. Compared to these guys, he's not that bad.
Not put past to be the person implanting seeds into Leo's head about George grooming them. And with Ren effectively being described in that document as Charlie's yes girl at
Jesus Christ, I didn't even think about that.
The time, her backing Gray up on all this also doesn't exactly surprise me. That doesn't even touch on what they did to some of their other friends. Mind you, again, this part of my video is speculation, to be honest, and I could be totally off base with this claim.
This whole video is just the most off-base shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
I know is that when you get a person who is willing to be this abusive and manipulative, and give them the idea that they could do something like this is an outcome that could be possible. But ultimately, I won't say for sure one way or another. I don't actually have evidence to back this up. On that...
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the Doodletones doesn't even entertain the idea of this person being a victim and a groomer at the same time. Like, yeah, people could have treated him shitty before the grooming allegations came out, but that doesn't change the fact that he sent photos of himself in a dress to a minor.
Note, I also won't say one way or another that George for sure wasn't guilty or wasn't innocent. I don't believe he's a groomer, personally. I don't think there was nearly enough evidence to say that he is.
I'm done. I can't listen anymore. I can't do it. It's 53 seconds left. I don't care what Doodletones' conclusion is. Holy shit. I'm literally lost my fucking mind. Okay, thank you all for watching. Genuinely appreciate all the support today. You guys are amazing. Thank you for the over 400 people watching today as well. I know there's a lot of other streams going on, but you picked this one. I don't know why you fucking did it, but I appreciate y'all nonetheless. What I'm going to do, I usually make these streams unlisted, and then they become members only later. We'll be clipping out the Doodletones segment, and we'll be clipping out the Synthetic Man versus Kiwi Farms segment later. So thank you guys so much for watching. Stick around for a second. I'm going to send you over to Augie. Augie is doing a torture stream right now with Connor again. So if you guys want to go support that, just tell them we said